Hello, this is Dr. Paul Cottrell, and this is episode 35 of Grave Wisdom. A lot has happened in the last 24 hours in dealing with the encampments on college campuses and the crazy protesters that are going on across the United States. And this is not just the United States, it's also starting to happen in the UK, perhaps other areas of Europe. I don't know. But the thing is that it is starting to get momentum, and this is going to boil over. There's two lines of thought: that it's going to calm down in the summer because students are going back home because it's the end of the semester, or it will continue. I think that it's going to continue, and I think that many commencement ceremonies are going to be either canceled or truncated because of security reasons. I've been watching what's been going on with the Harvard encampment. It's starting to come into the news. I get some emails, because I'm an alumnus, and I have tickets to the commencements because if you're an alumnus, you get tickets every year. All right. So I had plans to be at the commencements this year in the yard and perhaps even do a show, pre, post. You can't record it during the ceremonies, but maybe do a pre and post show. I was thinking to doing that. I don't know if I will or not because I'm not sure if they're even going to have commencements at Harvard. So let me play some videos here, but and I may cursory read some of the emails that I've been getting from the Harvard Crimson explaining, I think it's their third day now encampment for Harvard. But this is boiling over into many universities. This is not just a New York thing. This is not just an UCLA thing. This is not just a USC thing. So let's begin. I want to start with Mark Levin because he's so calm and collective, and that that was a joke, but I'm worried that he might actually literally have a heart attack while he's doing this show. Let's begin.
These protests continue to wreak havoc on college campuses all across the country. Earlier today, the University of Southern California canceled their main commencement ceremony. They also announced the campus would be shut down until further notice following yesterday's protests, which led to nearly 100 arrests. Anyway, here with reaction to that and much more, he is the host of Life, Liberty, and Levin, has his own syndicated radio show. I call him the Great One, Mark Levin. I'm sitting here with three great topics. I want your thoughts on Biden surrendering in the war on terror, stabbing Israel in the back. I want your take on the oral arguments on immunity in the Supreme Court today and this insane trial in New York. I only have 6 minutes. Go ahead. Take it from here.
I'll do my best. Let's start with the Hitler Youth on our college and university campuses. Joe Biden has gaslit this entire thing with his comments about Israel, his attacks on Bibi Netanyahu, his attacks on Israel trying to defend itself against Gaza, and all the rest. Joe Biden is responsible for much of the hate, and that's why he doesn't stand up like a man, like a statesman, and put it down and say it in unequivocal terms. This isn't about Palestine. This is about terrorism on our college campuses. Joe Biden has been on the wrong side, whether it was race and bigotry when he walked into the Senate, and now it's anti-Semitism. He's the anti-Semite president. That's what he is. The Third Reich in the Ivory Tower has been written about. The Third Reich in the Ivory Tower, Hitler's American friends, it's been written about. buried by the Times, the American media, they're all back. That party, the Hitler Youth on our campuses, and let me make a suggestion, America. Aren't you sick of paying for this? We need a BDS movement, a boycott, divest, and sanction movement for all of these universities and colleges. Start defunding them. Start defunding them. Start eliminating tenure for these sanctimonious Marxist Islamist professors. Take our college campuses back from the Soviet-style, fanatics that run them. We don't have to have these no-go zones in our country, these universities in our country. Notice, they're all in Democrat cities, almost all in Democrat states. This isn't happening among Republicans and so forth. But I want to point out something about the Supreme Court case, since you brought that up. Let me say something that hasn't been said yet. The court is sitting there trying to be King Solomon and decide how they're going to cut the baby in half. And King Solomon said, no. And the mother of the baby said, no, don't do it. Give it to the fraud. Give the baby to the fraud. Let me explain something. Since the beginning of this country, since elections, we have never had a situation where elections have been criminalized by the government. They talk about fake electors. In 1876, 3 Republican states had a second set of electors. They're not fake electors. They're electors that are set. Congress makes the final decision. There's nothing criminal. There's nothing obstructive about it. A president or a candidate calling a Speaker of the House, calling a Board of Elections official, calling a governor, so what? Big deal. They're allowed to do that. That's not obstruction. That's not a crime either. Or trying to get a legislature to bring their laws back to what they were before the Democrats were in there litigating. That's not a crime either. But you know what? They keep talking about overturning election. An election is decided by the United States Congress that meets in joint session to count the Electoral College votes. Ask Jamie the Red Raskin, who jumps up every time and objected to 2 times George W. Bush being elected president. Ask them when they jumped up in 2016, said, don't count the electors. Donald Trump's not the real president. These challenges happen all the time. And yes, even when John Eastman said to Vice President Pence, we recommend that you don't do this, that you do that, that's not a crime either. In 1876, that's exactly what happened. How come Rutherford B. Hayes was in charge? How come the electors in Florida and Louisiana were in charge? How come all of a sudden, this entire electoral process is criminalized, where today we don't know what's even legal anymore? You can't have a slate of electors. We used to do that. You can't call a Board of Elections official. We used to do that. You can't lobby a governor. You can't lobby Congress. The Democrats have done this all the time. Let me just say this, Supreme Court, you made a big mistake. And all the legal analysts too. They're sitting there. What's an official act? What's a private act? No. You're not Solomon. This should not be criminalized. We have an electoral system, a political system. We have states. We have a Congress. They should sort the things out, not you. That's why you can't figure out what to do. This immunity stuff, you were dragged into Jack Smith's world. When you were dragged in it before, you ruled 8-0 against it. When it involved Bob McDonnell in Virginia, he's twisted the Constitution. He's criminalized the election. He's using the 1871 Klan Act, for God's sake. He's using the Enron Act, which you're now looking at to see if that's constitutional, and a Federal Contractor Act. He looked for anything he could to go after Donald Trump. He has weaponized this process. You do not criminalize the political process. You do not criminalize the electoral process. And now you have Democrat district attorneys running loose doing the same thing. Supreme Court, have the guts to put this back in the box. I don't care what the commentators on CNN and MSNBC say. Have the guts to say, wait a minute, courts, get the hell out of this business. This is not up to us. It's up to the people, their elected representatives, and Congress, not us.
You forgot at the end. That's it. I'm done.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the omega-3, because it'll help with your lipid profile, bring down the chances of cardiovascular disease, because we're going through stressful times, and many people are having high blood pressure. And we don't want to be like Mark Levin and have a heart attack right when we were talking about the crazy things that are going on in the world. With that said, I think it's really important to understand that there is a orchestrated effort in demolishing our institutions, our different branches of government, and also our educational system. And we're seeing it playing out in real time. And we need, as conservatives, to push back and say enough is enough, and we're not going to let this ultra liberal bullshit to continue. That's how you stop this. You have to not let just it burn out, not let it fester, but to actually counter it. There has to be a battle of the wills between liberalism and conservatism. All right. With that said, I want to go to the next thing here. It was Sky News.
Before her dad let you sit in his chair.
Before we start, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. And not only should you be getting the omega-3 to reduce your chances of cardiovascular disease, but also please go to my store and get the Max 14, Max 35, or the silver solution. They're at different ppms, different concentrations of structural nanosilver at different price points. You take a teaspoon of it a day. If you're not feeling well, take a tablespoon of it a day, or two, depending on how you feel. Swish it in your mouth for about 30 seconds or 20 seconds. Gargle, for about 20 seconds and swallow. This will neutralize pathogens, maintain that mucosal barrier, and to help with the GI tract. So please do this every day, and it will improve your health, neutralize pathogens, and boost up your immune system. In addition, please go to my store and get the vitamin D3. It is a cofactor for gene expression. You need that so you have proper cellular processing. So what will happen, you take this every day. I take 10,000 units. They're soft gels. So I take 2 soft gels, one in the morning, one in the evening. Depending on your BMI, depends on the dosage. But the average person needs about 10 to 15,000 units. All right, so that's about 2 to 3 soft gels. I take it with milk. It's lipid soluble, and this will help with absorbing calcium and gene expression. And if a cell needs to go into apoptosis, especially if it's infected from a pathogen, this vitamin D3 will help that cell to go into apoptosis. That's why it's so important to take vitamin D3 if you're not feeling well, on top of taking a vitamin D3 every day. So you should be taking it every day, but you should also make sure you're taking it if you're not feeling well. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Link is in the description.
It is a protest movement that's spreading. This is the University of Southern California, one of many flashpoints across the country.
The police have issued a dispersal order on the USC campus. They warn students that if they remain here, they will be arrested. The machines are never getting you.
But Hamas terrorists.
Hamas terrorists? Why not take out and find them? Jeez!
Sky News has been following them, witnessing the arrests, examining the motives.
Why do you feel so passionate?
So, here's the problem is no one's talking about the elephant in the room. And that is that Israel is going back to biblical borders, and the temple is going to be rebuilt, and the Dome of the Rock is coming down. And the whole countdown is with the red heifer ashes, the acceleration of the countdown. All right. There are 4 currently kosher red heifers that can be slaughtered for the creation of the ashes. I have created 16 videos on the laws called Para Duma on what needs to happen in terms of raising the animals, slaughtering the animals, burning the animals, the preparation of the water, the drawing of the water, the sprinkling of the ash on the water, the actual, all the vessels, and all. There's tons of laws in terms of the red heifer. Right, it's a very complex situation, and it is, if you want to consider compared to like undergrad and graduate studies, Para Duma is a graduate level of scholarship, of temple processes, right? It's very complex, very, very complex. So please listen to those videos if you're interested in understanding all the complexity with the red heifer and those laws. But the bottom line is that when this happens, there's going to be an accelerated process. So it's not about what happened in 1940s or the 1960s or the 1970s with relationships, with the relationship with the Israelis and the Palestinians. It's the realization that it's moving towards biblical boundaries, independent of Westphalian logic. What I mean by Westphalian logic is that through the international community, there is some sort of homeostasis within nations, between nations, some sort of Nash equilibrium that creates a certain world order, and that anyone that wants to do what is called external enlargement, then the international community would condemn that activity, such as what's going on with Russia and some of the provinces of Ukraine. That's external enlargement. That's an example of external enlargement. Now, there's more complexity with the whole Ukraine and Russian thing that I've gone over. So they view the international community and these protesters, these not so educated elitists coming from the Ivy League, they frame the Israeli-Palestinian conflict within a Westphalian external enlargement construct. That's not what's happening. In most cases, like, for example, most wars, you could apply that kind of Westphalian logic, right? This is biblical. This has been written down for thousands of years, and the battle between the souls, between Jacob and Esau, have been going on for a long time, all right? And it is mentioned that Esau has to die by the sword. Now, Esau, in the physical realm, in the Asiya realm, which is the plane that we live on, that physics, as we understand physics, that's the plane that we live on, is manifested within Hamas, Hezbollah, and this militant theocracy within Iran, all right, through the Shia. But not all Shias are part of the Esau soul root, okay? This is the spiritual energy going into the nation and into a group of people and individuals. So I've done videos about this, but the thing is our spiritual energy, what we call the soul, gets energy. That spiritual energy is coming from a certain soul root. Now, for most people, the soul roots are a mixture of things. For some people, they're from the pureness. They're pure from that soul root. Some people are pure with the Jacob. Some people, some nations have a soul root that's pure with Esau. There's other nations, other people that have a pure soul root with Ishmael. But there are others that have a mixture, all right? The United States as a country and its energy, the soul root, each country gets an energy source soul root energy source. And in the United States, it's a mixture between Esau and Jacob, mostly Jacob, not 100, but what that percentage is, I don't know, but it's more towards the Jacob side. So this is part of the reason why the United States has gravitated towards Israel. Now, other people would say, oh, there's other geopolitical things that are going on with lobbying groups and blah, blah, blah. That's trying to explain it at the Asiya level. I'm trying to explain what's going on at the Yitzhak and the Bria level, all right? These are higher level planes where the energy source is coming from. The energy source does not come from Asiya, the plane that we're on. The energy source comes from the planes above us, all right? It manifests itself in the Asiya, but the source is in the Yitzhak and Bria, primarily Bria. So my my take on this is that you have this elephant in the room that no one's willing to say. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the international community, what these educated elites think about Israel expanding its borders, because it's been written down in the Old Testament. All right. Now, people that want to disagree with me would just say, well, the Old Testament's old and it doesn't matter anymore and blah, 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 or it never mattered or whatever. You can believe whatever you want. It doesn't matter what you think or what I think. It's happening in real time. It's happening. You could pass away. If you disagree with me, you could pass away tomorrow. All right. It won't matter what you think in terms of this conflict. Same thing with me. I could pass away tomorrow and it won't matter what my particular opinion is on this matter. This is moving into a direction that seems, if you want to be open-minded, seems to heavily be influenced on the prophecies that have been written down in the book of prophets and in the writings and in the Old Testament. I don't know anything about the New Testament. I know the original sources, and that's the Old Testament writings and prophets. And this has been predicted. It's happening. All right. Now, there's going to be kicking and screaming in the United States because people and the country have this combination of Jacob and Esau. So the Esau side of the soul root is going to be kicking and screaming, just like an internal twin fighting as you move towards the Messianic era. All right, your internal twin, Esau, is trying to prevent you because he knows that means that it's the decline of the soul root's power emanating from Bria into individuals that are getting source of energy through the soul root of Esau. Esau is weakening in this long wavelength of hundreds and hundreds of years. All right. So Esau's on the decline. Esau was on the ascent during the Crusades, even during relatively modern times. But there's this descent now that's taking place. And there's going to be an upsurge in Christianity and in Judaism. I don't know about Buddhism or Hinduism, or I don't know how that's all going to play out. I don't know. But what I do know is that over time, Christianity and Judaism is going to be in an upsurge. But you're going to have these fits from ultra liberals, people that don't believe, people that only want to focus on Asiya and not on Yitzhak, Bria, or Atzilus levels. And they are going to kick and scream and, try to demonize Israel. Now, the problem here is that also the rabbinical class within Judaism, and probably even the priestly class within Christianity, is not telling people enough that this is a situation that is metaphysical and biblical. I mean, like, just like the Exodus from Egypt, kind of that power, where it was like there was this huge exodus of this group of people, and the decline of a major power, which was Egypt, and the decline of Pharaoh, and the nations of the world at the time knew about this exodus and how God was with the Jews, right, during this exodus. All right. So something similar is going to be happening, where there's going to be wonders that are noticed in society, and the ones that are sensitive will notice it first and warn people and tell people, hey, this is the way the ones that aren't sensitive, the ones that are sensitive are telling the ones that are not sensitive, the way you're seeing this is not correct. There's something different that's happening. You can't apply all wars as the same kind of thing. This is something different. So when the female was arguing with the male that on the video, and the female said it's Biden and Israel that are, causing all the havoc, she's not realizing that the boundaries are moving larger. That means that the Palestinians in the West Bank and in Jerusalem will have to be relocated to Gaza. Now, Gaza can be a very prosperous nation, and this is probably the part of the two-state solution. The two-state solution in the long run will not involve the West Bank. The West Bank is going to be part of Israel, and the same thing with Jerusalem, because the Dome of the Rock has to fall. And there's going to be an expansion with Syria, where Israel will expand into Syria, parts of Lebanon, and parts of Jordan, to allow for this all to happen. Now, how long that will take, I don't know. It could be quick. I do know this. If we transition into this period peacefully, there'll be less blood. If we allow for Esau to kick and scream, then what will happen is it will be more bloody. And the blood is going to be spilled not just in the Middle East, it's going to be spilled around the world. And it's going to manifest itself in different ways. Terrorism within this nation, terrorism within Europe, conflict between peoples. The Muslim community has grown substantially in the last few years in Europe. So you're going to political persuasions will start to manifest, such as Dearborn, Michigan. So, you're going to have this conflict that starts to erupt. And I think we're starting to see that. Now, I think you should take my advice and side on the soul of Jacob and conservatism than the soul of Esau and liberalism. That's the big elephant in the room. So the clergy and the rabbis, they're not saying anything. They're being really quiet about this. They know. They're scholars. They're scholars in their texts. The priests are scholars of the Old and New Testament. Don't know much about the oral, tradition. But, and Jews are scholars of the Old and the oral tradition. So, but these individuals that are scholars of this subject matter, they know this is not a Westphalian thing. This is not the normal external enlargement because of some sort of political power resource kind of thing. This is biblical, what's happening. And it's been written down for thousands of years. This is not something that was written down, maybe it'll happen in 100 years. or some sort of Nostradamus thing that was, I think Nostradamus was around the 1600s, all right, 400 years ago. No, 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 this is thousands of years old. All right, so keep that in mind, that we're literally seeing signs and wonders, but the ones that are seeing it right now are the sensitives. As it magnifies, as it amplifies these signs and wonders, then the non-sensitives will start to see it. But by then, it's too late.
Even though the police tell you to.
Because we know that we're on the right side of this right now.
Are you scared?
No. I think that the children in Gaza are more scared than I am.
If she's not scared, then why is she hiding her face with those masks? And there's a little bit of a BLM thing going on with this. Have you noticed?
From coast to coast. Do you believe in Israel's right to exist as a country?
I believe in all people's right to freedom and liberation. We are talking about a genocide.
It is cutting deep wedges or exposing existing ones for both sides.
These are pathetic, low-life scumbags.
So what is going on at America's top universities? Protests, encampments, anger, and arrests at campuses across the country. Gaza is the catalyst. Israel is the target.
We are calling for complete divestment by Colombia from any company complicit in Israeli apartheid and colonization in Palestine, and we are calling for amnesty for all of our students.
See the words they use? Colonization, apartheid. This is dealing with the Westphalian kind of construct, and not understanding that it was thousands of years ago warned that the temple will be rebuilt. I mean, Jews have been praying for this since the fall of the first temple. I'm telling you, when the signs and wonders really start to take hold, you're starting to see it. You're starting to see, there's more weather changes, there's more volcanic activity, there are more earthquakes, there are more floods, there's much more rain, if you noticed. Now there is this kind of working with how should I phrase this? The predictions of signs and wonders thousands of years ago doesn't negate the fact that human interference may be accelerating the process, meaning cloud seeding can accelerate the process of the rain. But for the ones that understand Kabbalah and Simpson, there's more rain now. But rain's good, but too much rain's bad. So same thing, blessing is good, but too much blessing is bad. The source has to constrict itself to the point where it can be usable. We can't be right next to the sun, but we need the sun to live. If we were right next to the sun, we would heat up, burn up, be radiated. But we're far away enough, the Earth is far away enough in a Goldilocks zone to be able to benefit from the sun's radiation. Something very similar. We are starting to perturbate our system at the ASEA level. And it is, we're affecting the weather, we're affecting our health, we're manipulating things biologically, so we're creating the sign and the wonder. We're doing something that we think we can control, and then all of a sudden there's an emergent behavior through that manipulation that causes havoc. And this is another sign and wonder that's captured in this larger arc of things that are happening for this expansion and the rebuilding of the temple. So, keep that kind of in mind. It's not all the hand of God, but also the hand of man causing an emergent behavior that allows for the sign and wonder to accelerate this process where there's the temple rebuilding, right? But they get these tropes, they get out of school. It's apartheid, it's genocide, it's colonization, right? If it's not Israel, then it's the white person in America. You benefit from colonization, so you're a demon. You boil it all down. What she just said is all about the oppressed and the oppressor. And she'd be on campus protesting against, even though she's white, against white people if there was no conflict right now between Hamas and Israel. Liberal logic will eat itself.
Columbia on New York City's Upper West Side, the university president had called in the police. She concluded that the protesters in a college with a proud history of protest represented a clear and present danger to college life. They tried to clear the encampment. They arrested more than 100 student protesters, but it only emboldened the movement. Downtown at New York University, more arrests. Well, it's the morning after more than 100 people were arrested here at NYU in southern Manhattan, and they put up barricades now. It's an attempt, I think, to quell the protests, to keep the two sides apart. It's also an attempt to keep out agitators who are unaffiliated with the student movement. But police and university authority policies are not working. This is the University of Texas in Austin. Again, more protests. The presence of anti-Semitic elements within a much wider series of protests has made some Jewish students feel deeply unsafe. They've been compounded by the violent threats of a minority. Distilling what's happening to its simplest, most digestible form is easy. The reality is more nuanced. There are Jewish students among the protesters at all the campuses.
As a Jewish student, I felt completely safe 100% of the time. The police showed up in big force, obviously, to not want us to be there, and they ordered us to break up and they'd stop making arrests.
But back in New York, outside Columbia,
Then we came to our homeland, and all of these lunatics.
an angry, offended, and worried Jewish community.
As offensive as these people are across the street, agenda number one is to free our hostages. Do not be afraid of being Jewish, especially in New York City. Down with Hamas! Victory for Israel!
The chaos of a war in the Middle East has reverberated so far beyond. Israel, Palestine, an issue seemingly so intractable, it's now confounding law enforcement and splintering the politics. Here's America's third most senior politician on campus with a clear position.
This is not contained.
The faster that the rabbinical class and the clergy class states that this is the biblical prophecy, the biblical warning of the expansion of Israel, and that a two-state solution will happen, but it's going to be Gaza only. And that, oh, by the way, surrounding nations are going to lose property, land, such as Egypt, Jordan, Syria, and Lebanon, parts of it. But there will be more blessing that comes on the earth for everybody when that temple is rebooted. See, that's where the kind of, I think that the rabbinical and the clergy class are missing the boat here. They're not explaining to the public what the benefits of reaching homeostasis in Israel with the Palestinians. Once that happens, there's going to be major blessing that happens on this earth. So the Esau is kicking and screaming because he wants control of the Temple Mount. This is all coming above Asiya, right? And it depends on what we decide to do, on how bloody this conflict is going to be. It's going to happen no matter what, no matter how many protesters there are, no matter if there's America or not, it doesn't matter. The boundaries are going to grow and the Temple Mount is going to be rebuilt. It just depends on how much blood will be spilled.
Quickly, and if these threats and intimidation are not stopped, there is an appropriate time for the National Guard. We have to bring order to these campuses. We cannot allow this to happen around the country.
Even among faculty staff, there is a split. Some Jewish professors worried for their safety, others framing what's going on in a very different way.
So it's not a Jewish protest outside. It's a protest of those who support the violence that is going on in Gaza against those who want it to stop.
There's clearly a wide spectrum of views here, and by definition, that's going to mean extreme.
No, it's the support of actually what has been written thousands of years ago to making sure that the borders are expanded and that there's going to be a reaching a homeostasis in the Middle East to allow for blessing for all people on this earth. But Esau is kicking and screaming like a little kid. But everyone's trying to frame it in some sort of Westphalian logic. And I said this in October of last year, that the intelligentsia is going to frame this wrong. And they're not going to see what's really happening.
On both sides. It also means definitions of anti-Semitism and Islamophobia are distilled and open to interpretation. It is then a balance between respecting free speech and restricting it, the fine line between free speech and hate speech, and it's riling America.
Okay, that was Sky News and their broadcast about the campus chaos. Now, what I want to do is I want to bring up this is a good video here by Fox 11 Los Angeles on the UCLA issue and the USC. All right, here we go.
Gray area between hacker hunter
The university is now canceling its main stage commencement ceremony.
A live look from the campus of UCLA, where demonstrators are camping out right now.
Good evening. Welcome to Fox News at 5, simulcast on Fox 11 Plus and the Fox local app. I'm Ellis Michelson.
And I'm Christine Devine. We have team coverage. Matthew Cedar at UCLA. We begin, though, with Christy Fajardo at USC.
Yeah, Christine, there is more fallout from all of this. USC now announcing that it is canceling the main ceremony for commencement. It says simply doesn't have enough time to process all the guests with the new security measures. And as you can imagine, many seniors that we spoke with are disappointed. Other students, though, accuse the administration of bungling all of this and say this is just one more example of that.
So let's get over it.
Tight security and a closed campus. Just some of the fallout from USC's decision to cancel a pro-Palestinian valedictorian speech at graduation. One day after protests and arrests, the university is now also canceling the main commencement ceremony, which draws 65,000 people.
I think it's awful. I think it's not fair. I don't think it's right to cancel commencement because we can't handle civil discourse on cross campus.
This was the scene on Wednesday. Students and other protesters occupying a portion of campus, calling on the university to divest from Israel over the tens of thousands of Palestinian deaths in Gaza.
At a news conference, student organizers accused the university and the LAPD of using force to silence their voices and rejected accusations of anti-Semitism.
As a Jewish student myself, we firmly denounce and condemn any claims that our movement and our occupation is anti-Semitic. Judaism is not and has never been synonymous with Zionism.
The university has cited safety as a reason for canceling both the valedictorian speech and now the ceremony. 11 members of the Advisory Committee on Muslim Life on campus have resigned in protest and believe the university's decision was motivated by politics, not security.
And did not provide any additional details regarding who, what, or how the university was being threatened, or where precisely these threats were coming from, though we explicitly and repeatedly asked for this information.
On campus, Jewish student groups set up a seder for the more than 100 hostages believed to still be held by Hamas in Gaza and called for their release, but also blamed the university for creating tensions, saying they should have vetted the valedictorian, who they accused of promoting anti-Semitism.
They should have at least admitted that they messed up and taken that responsibility instead of deflecting it and citing security concerns, which ultimately put the Jewish community at a greater risk and the Muslim community as well.
The university says they will still be holding dozens of other commencement events, but there will be additional security. Guests will need tickets. They will also be screened. Think like music venue. They also say they will have a clear bag policy as well as other measures. Live at USC, I'm Christy Fajardo. I'll send it back to you.
Now, there are these encampments, not just at USC, but at other universities like NYU and Columbia, Harvard. I suspect that you're going to hear in the news some sort of truncation of the ceremonies at Harvard for graduation. Now, because I'm an alumnus from Harvard, I get tickets, so I'm going to be there, assuming that they have it. Now, hopefully I can do kind of like a pre and post, I don't know, recording, of the event. Hopefully this thing dies down. But again, like I said early in this broadcast, some people think that this is going to accelerate, which I do think is going to happen. There are other people that think that this will die down because of the summer and they're just going to go back home. I don't think so. I think that what's going to happen is there's going to be this ground swelling of protesting that starts in the campuses and then starts to boil over into the main street over the summer.
All right, Christy, we should note you are off campus for your report, correct?
I am across the street from campus. Now, I was told that there was another protest on campus, but we have not been able to access it.
And noting that USC is that gated school, many schools are wide open. There is a gate around that campus.
And a difference at UCLA where there isn't a gate out.
We're talking about going across town right now to Westwood, where hundreds are camping on the campus of UCLA. You're looking at a live picture right now from Skyfox. That's sort of USC, also with camping in the morning.
You're literally seeing in real time, for the ones that are sensitives, you're seeing in real time the battling of Esau and Jacob, that soul root within the United States. You're literally seeing it playing out in real time.
LA, Fox 11's Matthew Seedorf is there on the ground. Matthew?
Say farewell to video imperfections with Iris, the groundbreaking face enhancement AI designed exclusively for video.
Christine, Alex, a very different situation than what we were seeing at USC just yesterday. Hundreds of protesters here. It's very organized. I'll step out of the way, and we're actually right now seeing some counter protesters. You might be able to see the police, campus police here as well, in between the counter protesters and the demonstrators. This, as the campaign really might be just beginning. A fortified wooden wall surrounds dozens of tents in the center of UCLA's campus. Hundreds of pro-Palestinian students and demonstrators protesting the Israel-Hamas war.
We are here because we have a set of demands, including divestment with our university in UCLA.
Organizers here from Students for Justice in Palestine.
So like I said on yesterday's video, and also my broadcast with Miss Taiwan, if the students that go to these prestige universities don't like the way the university invests its endowment, why do you go to the university? See, what they want is the benefits of the higher education, the benefits of the elite school in terms of trying to get a better job, right? Or a more prestigious job. And they also want to dictate how the university is. And the problem with this ultra liberal mentality is they're actually watering down the benefits of higher education, and they're watering down the prestigeness of certain universities. So, they're hurting themselves in the long run. But just from a basic logical why would you affiliate with a university if you are so against on how they are investing their endowment, their portfolio, to the point where you shut down the university, cause damage to the university through these protests, and cause havoc and disruption? Just don't go to the university. But they want to eat their cake, have their cake and eat it too. This is where the presidents of the university fail. They should shut these things down right away. So one, it doesn't destroy the reputation of the university. And two, no one's stopping these protesters, these students, from their freedom of speech. They can say it on Main Street. Why do they have to be on campus to do it? Oh, because it's private property, and with private property, it's a safe space, and that the police would have to be asked to be called in if there are problems. And they know this, they play with this, and the liberal professors are fueling this. They're fueling it with their rhetoric in their class and outside their class. I wonder how long this whole Palestinian thing would be, this whole Palestinian Hamas protesting thing that's going on campus. How long would it last if it was only on Main Street? Probably not that long.
For Justice in Palestine and the UC Divest Coalition at UCLA. It's all about happiness.
Oh, for some reason it changed the speaker.
Solidarity. It's all about learning about what's happening in Palestine. It's about providing a safe environment for people who are choosing to be here in community with us.
The group's encampment set up early Thursday morning includes a medical tent, library, and media check-in. Outside the walls, occasional heated discussion.
Still get a class just fine. I think even if it did disrupt some people, that might be kind of the point. So if you feel disrupted, maybe it allows you to think a little bit more about what's happening.
I think this is a shame. Shame that UCLA administration is allowing this to happen.
Eli Sivis, a Jewish freshman at UCLA, finds the demonstration offensive.
The best example is my friends. They don't feel comfortable to walk around school with their necklaces. They take their kippas off. They try to look as less visibly Jewish as they can because they're worried that one day something bad will happen to us.
Late Thursday afternoon, the group decided to expand across the quad, pulling material from a nearby construction bin.
Just for student solidarity and innovations and stuff like that. No, I'm not.
We're trying not to have an interview.
So let me get this straight. The protest, maybe I misunderstood, but the protesters started to pillage construction materials that were on the periphery to help their cause. That's stealing. See, the presidents are afraid. The presidents of the university are afraid. They're afraid for many reasons. They're afraid of the student body. They're afraid of the ones that are donating, that are actually supporting terrorism in the Middle East, like Dubai.
trying to speak with supporters as the new walls and shields closed in around us. It's a public space, which is the reason that you guys are here too. We were told we could no longer record. More than 90 pro-Palestinian protesters arrested Wednesday on the private campus at nearby rival USC. A spokesperson from UCLA says our top priority is always the safety and well-being of our entire Bruin community. We're actively monitoring the situation to support a peaceful campus environment that respects our community's right to free expression while minimizing disruption to our teaching and learning mission.
We go to school to make changes. We go to school and study all these case studies, but if we can't come out of our classrooms and really make a change and really stand in action, then there's no point of being in class.
We can hear people with different opinions kind of clashing behind us, like us.
Now, doesn't that sound like a ultra-liberal professor telling an ultra-liberal student to go and change the system without any regard to what the ramifications are for that change of that system? There is actually a demolishing of our institutional pillars. I started this transmission with Mark Levin and what he was saying about what's going on at the Supreme Court. We're seeing the destruction of our society. It's happening in the legislative branch. It's happening at the executive branch, the judicial branch, and our educational system. We are elevating, promoting, and pontificating concepts that are antithetical to the actual productivity of this nation. I don't understand why every time for some reason it's
Yeah, so there's room to expand. They've already expanded once in this squad, but it could go even further, and it's already kind of cornered off by campus police. You can't really walk through here to come in. You have to walk around in order to get in. So this could be going for some time. It doesn't appear to be ending anytime soon. Reporting live, Matthew Seedorf, Fox 11 News.
Matthew, why do so many of the demonstrators who are there to share their perspective cover their faces?
That's a great question. It seems like they're not necessarily wanting to be on camera. We have a demonstrator trying to speak with us right now, but they're trying to hide their identity for whatever reason that may be. And yeah, they don't want to speak and they don't want to show their face on camera.
And do you get a sense of how many of them are actually students or maybe demonstrators that have been doing demonstrations like this for a long time in the streets of Los Angeles?
I think there's a mix. I mean, I think today there's probably more students here than yesterday at USC. That one felt like 50-50. If I had to guess, I'd say this one's about 75% students, at least in the actual encampment itself. Outside that, there's some onlookers and stuff that have been seeing this on the news and wanted to come be a part of it. But generally speaking, I would say mostly inside this camp, we're seeing students. You can see they've got security, their own security, and someone looks like inside there right now that they don't want to have in there. They're chasing around.
Well, at this hour, shortly after 5 o'clock, a much different picture at UCLA compared to yesterday's USC, where police were moving in. LAPD was forming up at about this time.
Now, there is, in the Daily Mail, there is an article out there saying that George Soros is part of funding these activities. I don't know if that's true or not, but doesn't it seem so strange that it's happening during an election year? Hey, George Soros, even though he's Jewish, hates Jews. Even though he's Jewish, hates Israel. Even though he is an American citizen, he hates America. This guy seems to hate everything. He is like the ultimate James Bond villain.
So we'll keep a watch on this situation.
Yeah, let's see what's happening here. So our photographer, Sam Dubin, is moving in. Clearly there's something happening.
Yeah, it looks like, so the people in the yellow and orange vest are kind of the organizers, and that someone is being taken away right now. Looks like they're filming them as well.
Taken away by who?
This is kind of what was these are the organizers in the bright yellow highlighter shirts.
Are they're performing like a citizen's arrest? This is a.
Well, basically, you're not allowed in there unless you go through their own security department. And this is what happened to us when they expanded. They expanded kind of where media was standing, and we were told we had to leave. And that's when you heard me saying, you know, this is public for us, just like it is for you.
So I'm wondering, with all the tents there, have you seen?
Whoa! It looks like a little bit of a scuffle there behind that tent.
Yeah, it looks like there is. We're gonna run over this direction and just see kind of what's going on. It does look like there's a little bit of possible fighting going on here.
Wow.
Well, yesterday at USC, they tried to set up the tents in the morning. They went in at 4:30 in the morning. By 5 o'clock at night, those tents were gone, but they had the people chaining themselves arm in arm who were in defiance and ready to be arrested. Here you have a lot of tents completely set up as if they're going to be there all night.
Well, so basically,
go ahead.
It looks like a counter protester got inside, and they're making them leave. You can see all the people around him kind of making him leave, but he's trying to stay in.
You know, it is interesting the difference between UCLA, which is a public school, which does not have gates and is not considered private property, and USC, which is a private school, does now have gates and is considered private property. And they were,
I'm not, I'm no lawyer. I don't know, but it seems to me that mall space for a public institution, all right, that mall space, if something happened on the mall space, that the university is responsible. So that means that they have, who does the groundkeeping? The university, not the city. So to me, it seems as though, like when I did my undergrad and my MBA, it was at Wayne State University in Detroit, all right? Now, Wayne State is a state school. That's why it's Wayne State, right? And there weren't any gates like Harvard, right? And there was this mall area that you had to pass to go to different classes. Like, for example, going from the Student Union Center to, let's say, the undergrad library, or to the gym, or to the chemistry building or the biology building. You normally went through this main mall area. We call it the mall. So, and there was this fountain, and there's, some lawn area that you can study and whatnot, right? So you have this area that is taken care of by the university, but the public could easily walk through, all right? Because there's no gates. So sometimes, because it was Detroit, sometimes you would see people that were homeless looking for food out of the garbage bins, because the students would be, eating, and then, they would throw their waste, and some of the homeless would eat the scraps, or the homeless would, ask students for food or money, So, and this happens commonly with universities that have the same kind of setup, where there's no gates, but the that property is technically Wayne State University that I'm talking about. It's not public property. It's private property that the public can use, because the university allows for people to come in. So the point that I'm making here is that lawn that's going on for some of these universities, such as the one that's just being broadcasted, the public can walk through because there's no gates, similar to Wayne State University. But the university can stop it by having its security saying off the property, because that property is Wayne State. The mall area is the property of a university. It's not the property of the city. That's the difference. And if something happened, if someone was hurt or killed or whatever, the university could be involved in some sort of litigation, not the city. So presidents of these universities, gated or ungated, need to realize that they have power to shut down these things. Even though that the public usually uses the space, just because the public uses the space because it's ungated, doesn't mean that space is public property. That's a fine distinction that no one's talking about.
Sort of thing from USC, then at UCLA, which is of course run by state leaders, and they let this thing go for some time. But you get a sense of some of the animosity happening here.
I'm wondering too, as we look here, Alex. Go ahead, Matthew.
Yeah, I mean, this is way different than what we were seeing yesterday at USC. Obviously, the police moved in and shut it down. And it was, peaceful. I would say this one's been peaceful today, but anytime there's a counter protester around or someone that gets inside this, that's when the demonstrators get upset.
I'm trying to read his slide. I don't know if
wait, let's get this straight. The demonstrators, pro-Palestinian, pro-Hamas demonstrators, get upset if there's a counter argument to their logic. See, this is the same thing that was happening on campus when a conservative person would be invited to speak in an auditorium in a peaceful setting. And you had ultra fucking liberals trying to shut it down. And you have the ultra liberals saying, oh, president of XYZ University, don't shut down our encampment because we're just expressing our freedom of speech. But if you have someone that is a conservative or someone that has a counter argument, they'll try to scream you out of existence. It happened on Columbia's campus, Columbia University's campus, with the Speaker of the House. It's ultra liberals don't want freedom of speech. They only want their speech. Let me switch the speaker. I don't know why, for some reason, this video keeps on switching.
We can't show all signs, but sometimes the language on them. But I do question what is on his sign there. Matthew, if you can paint a picture for that.
Israel is not apartheid, come talk, is what it says.
So he's trying to begin a dialogue about what's happening with Israel, but it seems like there doesn't seem to want to be much of a dialogue happening.
No, because the Arafat scarf wearers don't want dialogue. They only want to promote their agenda. They only want to promote their perspective. And oh, by the way, Sharon, who used to be a prime minister of Israel and a military vet, right? When he was in the military and he was battling the Palestinians back, and I think this must have been in the 60s, maybe 68 war, he had the opportunity to kill Arafat on the battlefield and he regretted it. He let him live. If Sharon killed Arafat in the 60s, I think it was 68, all right? If he killed Arafat, none of those stupid ultra liberals would be wearing Arafat scarves. Here is an example where if you don't get the job done, you go and you kick the can down the road, it gets worse. Sharon should have got the job done and killed Arafat when he could have.
This is also a situation, Matthew, which is very different than what we saw yesterday at USC in terms of the number of security officers, the number of police in place, too. It doesn't look from your picture like there's very much campus security, campus police, or LAPD and anywhere around.
We have seen campus police kind of in the surrounding area, but inside the zone, it's really the demonstrator zone. And they control who goes in, who comes out, and
let me get this straight. They're saying, wait. This is what I mean about the crazy liberal. This is what I mean by the crazy liberal. They make an encampment They use construction material to create this boundary within this space, and they won't let anyone in that is antithetical to their ideals. And they're trying to promote freedom of speech. See what I mean? The ultra liberal is a nut. Is a nut. Absolute fucking nut. Don't be an ultra liberal. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the clarity factor so you get rid of the brain fog so you don't become an ultra liberal stupid shit. If you take this every day, what's going to happen is that brain fog is going to go away, and those dendritic connections between neurons are going to be improved. You're going to have positive neuroplasticity. You're going to be able to think quicker. You're going to be able to do your schoolwork or your corporate work. You'll be able to focus, and you'll be able to consolidate memory better. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. The link is in the description of this video, and get the clarity factor. In addition, it is really important to take resveratrol. Why? Because it's an antioxidant and gets rid of senescent cells. You want to get rid of senescent cells because those are cells that stop dividing and they're just gaining garbage. All right, in building up toxins. You want to get those senescent cells to go into apoptosis. So please take resveratrol, and what will happen is you'll start to notice a slowing effect of aging, especially when you apply it to this anti-aging protocol. I take resveratrol every day.
Inside the zone. We are seeing some around it, but right now this is it's pretty out of control inside.
You know, it is so interesting to see the wooden panels that you showed right there that are a perimeter now for this area where they are keeping.
I just want to show you. I just want to show you what happens if you try to walk in. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
So does that mean school officials? Does that mean campus police? Who can't come in there?
Can more students come in?
It's time to wake people up to this deeper history and also our deeper connection with something beyond this world.
Can more students come in? Not right now.
Why?
That person just walked in.
Do you mind asking them why you can't come in?
Why can I not come in?
Students in terms of their identities, doxing, etc. Especially right now, something is happening. We just need things to be a little calm right now.
So we can't get the media involved because we don't want doxing of these students, because these students are afraid that they're actually going to have repercussions of their actions. See, this is part of the reason why they're on the campus, because this bullshit would not. It would emerge differently if it was on Main Street. So they're like little Gestapos. These students, these ultra liberal students, are like little Gestapos. You know, they're going to be their own little police, their own little thought police.
The security of students, they don't want their faces being shown on camera, essentially.
Yeah, doxing is, of course, a term where their identities could be out there and then they could be targeted by other folks, which may be the reason why they're doing that. So, Matthew, we're going to let you.
We're seeing some pushing right now as this counter protester is trying to go in. So we're seeing some pushing back and forth here right now.
Yeah, so it's interesting, this fight over freedom of speech and this want to make their position clear when it comes to what they think about Gaza, but there doesn't seem to be much of an appetite for hearing a other position or much of an actual discourse on this college campus, which of course is all about, in theory, promoting a discourse between two opposite perspectives. And it seems like at this time, UCLA and its campus police is basically just hands off. They kind of created their own community here, which is very reminiscent for folks that were living here during the Occupy LA movement, which also kind of created its own city.
I'm just walking around the camera. Right
That's
now
a good
behind
point.
it.
That's a good point that the anchor is saying. It's very possible as we move into the summer that this becomes an Occupy movement. And I think that there's high probability of that. Very high probability.
On the opposite directions, and I don't see. Now I see one campus police officer just pulling up on a bike, but other than that, just this one campus police officer so far, and no Los Angeles police that I've seen.
So here's the question. You have the tents. You have the wooden barricade for the area that they have the tents inside. We know that they have demands of the university, as we've seen across the nation here. But how long do they get to stay with their tents up? Does it look to you like people are planning to stay the night, Matthew?
Yeah, that's the plan. I mean, they're not going to leave. They say they could be out here for days. They're not really worried. They're telling me they're not worried about their classes right now, that this is more important. And they're bringing in food and water. And like I was showing, they have a medical tent set up, and they're planning this for the long haul right now. They're not planning to go anywhere.
Have we heard anything today from the chancellor at UCLA or any of the campus officials about whether they're just going to allow this to go on indefinitely? Obviously, yesterday, USC took pretty quick action to say we're not going to have this happen overnight. We're going to get these people out of there. Has UCLA said anything like that?
Before we get to his answer, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and help support my work, because this is PNN. And where else are you going to get unvarnished news like you do on my channel? Go to the store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the probiotics that I offer. This one that I have is a powder. I take it every day. You get a little scooper with this bottle. Take a scoop of this a day, mix it with water or with food. I mix it with food, and it'll help to repopulate your gut biome. You need a good gut biome, one, to have consistent stools, also to have proper absorption and better communication between your gut and your liver, to have better metabolism. So please go to my store and get the probiotic. It has been found that individuals going through the crisis of 2020, either because of the pathogen or the inoculation, have a disrupted microbiome in their gut. To undo that disruption, you need to take probiotics regularly. So please go to my store and get the probiotics. It's also been found that if you have a disruption, an improper gut biome, and the gut is not healthy, there's going to be higher inflammation. When there's higher inflammation that's chronic, it can lead to colon cancer. So you want to bring down that inflammation and repopulate the gut with the proper gut biome. So to mitigate some of the problems that are emerging from the 2020 crisis, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the probiotic and take it every day.
No, we haven't heard, they haven't talked about this directly, but they did say that, safety is their top priority, as well as the well-being of the Bruin community, and basically that they're monitoring the situation and support a peaceful campus environment. I guess it's up for debate, is this peaceful or not? I mean, when does it draw the line?
Right. So if you're just joining us, what we're looking at right here are, in front of the camera, are some pro-Israeli, I don't know if they're students or demonstrators who are on campus, who are trying to make their way in to this area of UCLA's campus that pro-Palestinian activists have deemed their new encampment.
Now, this is what's happening on campus with a bunch of stupid college kids that really don't know shit about anything about life. All right? But can you imagine when Israel takes down the Dome of the Rock, how much havoc is going to start to ensue? Especially kicking out the Muslims from Jerusalem, or when the red heifer is actually burned on Mount Olives, right? And every single news network is showing the actual the 24-hour burning of the red heifer. Can you imagine how the Palestinians are going to be? They're going to go fucking nuts. They're going to go bananas.
They've set up their own security force. They are blocking people from getting in. They are hiding their identities in fear of potentially being doxxed. They do not want the media in there, and they certainly do not want to have a discussion with these pro-Israeli folks that are in front. And so we have a bit of a... All right, so we are going to keep an eye on this and go back to Matthew and our photographer, Sam Dubin, as this continues, John.
Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to a CBS Boston. This is dealing with Northeastern University.
What up, we? With the stuff that lasts up to 5 months. Step aside. You hold the power.
We're following breaking news in Boston at Northeastern University, where it appears Boston police are getting ready to clear the tent encampment of students there on Centennial Common. These are protesters who have gathered on that lawn there, protesting the war in Gaza. Now, in the last hour or so, our reporter Laura Hafley has been there on the ground, and she has on our WBZ social media sites posted that university officials were walking around with bullhorns, asking students there to show their IDs, clearly looking to establish who is a Northeastern University student and who is not in this assembly of protesters there on the lawn. You can see the circle of people have now they're sitting, arms gathered, arms linked, and the protesters would not speak with police. They would not provide identification. We slowly started to see Boston police officers gathering, and now they are walking, surrounding this group. And as we saw in Boston late last night, when Emerson College protesters were cleared from a public alleyway next to the Emerson campus, we anticipate that what is set to happen here in a few minutes is that these Boston police officers who are trained for confrontations like this will begin starting to pull away the tents, umbrellas, any paraphernalia first. We saw body footage video of them last night asking students to clear the area and leave. And then when people would not cooperate with police requests, physical confrontations began, where Boston police officers were physically arresting protesters, and then many of those Emerson students appeared in court this morning. Now we've watched this circle at Northeastern grow a little bit. It was a little bit smaller when we first began monitoring this situation about an hour ago. The tents on the interior, the students or other protesters, some of them, we don't know that they're all students. Some of them might just be people who agree with this protest, have assembled in this circle facing away. Once the administrators started to walk around asking for these people who are on the private property of the Northeastern campus to show their identification, and again, probably trying to establish the difference between students with student IDs and people who are just there on campus, Boston police began to encircle this protest. And so we're waiting to see here what is about to transpire, whether police will just hang back. We don't know at this point if the president of Northeastern University has asked Boston police to come just to maintain a safe situation and perhaps hang back. But the suspicion based on what we saw last night on the public street in Boston is that when police arrive with riot gear, they're not just going to stand there. If students won't show identification, they clearly will have been asked to begin arresting people who are on private property. You see some of these zip ties there that police have, riot gear, some helmets, because we have seen some of these physical confrontations with protesters, both in New York City, other campuses around the country, and in Boston, become physical. And so this is Sky Eye over the scene. And again, we're just going to stay with this picture so that we can see. We're going to try and get updates to find out what, in fact, we don't know what Northeastern University officials have asked Boston police to do. But again, our Laura Hafley says that the protesters refused to talk to police, and it appears that these police officers are ready to make arrests because they refused to show ID. And now Laura is, observing that the police officers are approaching these pro-Palestinian protesters. The students are seated now and appear to be preparing to be arrested. This has been a point of contention both in New York City when this happened at Columbia University last week, last night outside Emerson College, and now here on the campus of Northeastern. We know from dealing with Boston police officers in the past that, of course, they're trained for these kinds of confrontations. And the hope is that this will be a nonviolent, nonviolent arrest will go on here. But it seems as though the police and the protesters are about equal in number. There appear to be more police.
So for the ones that are watching and the ones that are listening, I just want to kind of bring my observation to this actual view from maybe a drone, maybe it's from a helicopter, definitely an aerial view. It's sad because 1/3 of the picture shows a flagpole, an American flag on it. And then in the middle is a line of officers getting ready to arrest students. And then on the left third of the screen are the protesters, right? These pro-Palestinians. And I just, looking at this kind of, I don't know, maybe patriotically, it's a shame to see this country devolving into chaos, right? And, being torn apart so many different ways. It's not just through the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. It's not just, anti-Trump versus Trump, or Republican versus Democrat. Or ultra-liberal versus conservative. There's just this fracturing of the society, But I think we've reached the point of no return, and that conservatives need to push back and push back hard. And the reason I say this is because in this country, the United States, we are losing the affinity of God, country, and family. And this is because of the rhetoric that is being pushed in these universities. And these impressionable students become liberal. And they aren't willing to fight for their country. They're not willing to be productive citizens. They want their, abortion 24/7 for all reasons. They don't want to support the life of the unborn. They don't want to create family units, traditional family units, and they have thrown away God in their life. And I would just boil the whole idea of religion and God as just a foundation for morality. So you have this fracturing of society because of these lost foundational bricks. And this is why the conservative movement needs to push back. Do you really want a society of just a bunch of blue-haired bitches that want 24/7 abortion? You really think that that's a productive society where you have gender fluidity all over the place? It's just, so conservative people need to push back. Now, I'm not saying that the pro-Israeli side is, that much conservative, because there are many liberal Jews out there. So it's the whole Israeli-Palestinian conflict and the Israeli-Hamas war is a complicated thing that needs to be teased out. But when you elevate this conversation to the loss of God, country, and family, especially in the United States, but it's happening in Israel too, and I'm sure you're seeing it in other countries, especially in Europe, that the society starts to fracture. It's not productive. Well, are we going to fight back or not? Are we going to let the blue-haired bitches take over? I don't think that would be a productive society. I really don't.
Officers here then were present overnight during those arrests near Emerson College. And so we'll just kind of watch here. You see other groups of people, and we presume students, standing on the perimeter around on campus, watching to see what's going to happen. And, we have to understand that because the we have to understand that because the university has to maintain safety for the entire student body, that is why campus police exist, why student identification exists. This is the responsibility of the president of the university, the board of trustees and administrators to make sure that students overall are safe. And so clearly they have asked the Boston Police Department to come on the private property of Northeastern University. And at this point, it's been a very cautious, quiet, under control situation. And we'll see what happens once police make any kind of move. So we're just going to stay with this picture and monitor the situation here. We can't communicate with WBZ's Laura Hafley, who's there on the ground. She's gathering information for our newscast later on this afternoon. She's there in the crowd watching to see what will transpire, and she's busy with that. But as we see here, there are tents that have been set up as they have on other campuses. And these students have asked both for the university to call for a ceasefire. They want their universities to divest from any involvement financially with the state of Israel. As this conflict has gone on.
It looks like there is some rockets that came from Hezbollah. So let's go to live now. Right now they're playing the Olympic Flame handed over in Athens, which is kind of a strange juxtaposition. All right, while that's happening. All right, so let's play. Well, maybe they're going to get back to their normal. They're in a commercial break. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to talk about the encampment at Harvard now. So this is CBS Boston with the encampment at Harvard.
Protesters have now camped out in Harvard Yard. As you see here, tents, groups of people gathering, despite the fact that the school is restricting access to that area. This is now the fourth student encampment in the Boston area. Sky Eye over Harvard Yard this afternoon. The student-run newspaper, The Crimson, is reporting that students from various freshman dorms came out cheering and carrying tent equipment. As you can see, multiple tents have already been set up there on the lawn in front of the statue of John Harvard. This encampment comes just 2 days after the school had announced that it was restricting access to anyone in the yard until Friday to prevent this protest. The university also said that students who violate these policies are subject to disciplinary action.
All right. So that's the short one, but there are many different videos, so let's play some of them. This one is Channel 5 Boston.
And see those tents just across the way there at Harvard Yard. We can't take you any closer. Harvard has hired security. You need a campus ID to get in. And outside of signs like this saying the yard is closed, tents and tables not allowed, the university not saying much as students occupy Harvard Yard. Sky 5 overhead the moment students storm Harvard Yard and scramble to set up tarps and tents during a pro-Palestine protest.
Them being able to be here to set up their encampment to have a peaceful protest is essential to our democracy.
Organizers say about 30 students are taking part, saying they've set up 14 tents.
So you have students that are in the different houses, right? I think there are 12, all right, for the undergrad in the Harvard Yard. And so that woman that just spoke, who looks like a lesbian, all right, wearing an Arafat scarf, is saying that she needs to have a robust democracy through this freedom of expression and freedom of speech. A student shouldn't be able to set up a tent in the middle of the Harvard Yard for an encampment. The president needs to shut it down. Shut it down. Because if this gets out of control, which it can, most likely they're going to truncate commencements. Now, people that are traveling all over the world and booking hotels and travel arrangements to be at the commencements and all of the activities surrounding the commencements, either pre-commencements or post-commencements, may be canceled or truncated and affect their travel. Like, for example, my travel plans to the university has been in the works for over 2 months.
From the John Harvard statue, they want the university's administration to cut financial ties and support with Israel.
It's making everybody think. It's making everybody talk about it. You are required to pay attention.
Christine Cochran is a sophomore at Harvard. She says tensions are high, especially after the university made the call to shut off public access to Harvard Yard.
I think that Harvard sort of preemptively shutting down the yard exacerbated a lot of those tensions and reminded everybody about why people are fighting and sort of what's going on.
Harvard is the latest to join a growing list of college campuses seeing pro-Palestine supporters camping outside. Last week in New York City, police arresting more than 100 protesters at an encampment at Columbia University. Back in the Commonwealth, tents popping up at MIT, Tufts, and Emerson, where they line a public alley.
We've been in close contact with the school, but also making sure to just watch the situation.
At Harvard, signs posted on the gates clearly say no tents allowed. I reached out to Harvard to see if they plan to let the tents stay, but haven't heard back.
These boxers are engineered to keep your balls from sticking to your thigh. Here's what the average man's life looks like without any awkward adjustments. Date.
I'll tell you, that tells it all. All right, here's another one. This is NBC covering the incident.
Developing tonight, students at Harvard are violating the school order to keep off Harvard Yard. They are joining several colleges across the country and setting up a pro-Palestinian encampment. Our NBC 10's Michael Rosenfield joining us live from Harvard with reaction from students. Michael, what are they telling you tonight?
So as we know, these tent encampments have been popping up at universities across the country over the last few days. And today, a group of Harvard students rushed onto Harvard Yard this afternoon. And you might be able to see some of those tents right here behind me and behind this gate. We are not allowed onto campus. Security is checking IDs. Typically, anyone can just walk through Harvard Yard. The group Palestine Solidarity Committee posted videos of students running onto the yard and setting up tents. Today, the group says it was suspended by the university, and this is how the group responded. As we've seen on other college campuses over the last few days, these pro-Palestine groups.
Well, you know, the thing is that, you know, with the interim president, he needs to get some balls and tell these students to pack up their tents and get the fuck out instead of letting this bullshit happen.
Their universities cut financial ties with Israel. They're calling for a ceasefire in Gaza. Critics have called these encampments anti-Semitic. We spoke with a Jewish student here at Harvard who says if the encampment becomes violent or disruptive, it should come down. She was expecting these tents, though, to pop up as they've been spreading from campus.
The tents should go away. They shouldn't be sleeping, you know, in the yard.
Campus.
It's not surprising, and as of right now, it's not threatening either. It's been very calm. I haven't heard anything that's made me feel unsafe at Harvard.
We did reach out to the university today to find out what the plan is for this tent encampment. Will they allow the tents to stay here on Harvard Yard, or if they'll force them to be removed? We have not yet heard back. Well, I'm in Cambridge. Michael Rosenfield, NBC 10 Boston.
The gray area between hacker hunter.
This one is LLN New York. There's no voice here. He's just filming it. The encampment at Harvard seems to be a lot more peaceful than what was going on at Columbia. And that might be part of the reason why there's not that many videos about it. Okay. All right. Let's go to what's the Lincoln saying here.
Director and Foreign Minister Wang Yi with the Minister of Public Security, Wang Shouhong, and the Secretary. Since the Woodside Summit, we've advanced our cooperation on fentanyl and other synthetic drugs, the #1 killer of Americans.
We're following breaking news in Boston at Northeastern.
Largest country. Since the beginning of April, members of the Landless Workers Movement, or the MST, have organized.
We're following breaking news in Boston at Northeastern University.
Let's see here. Protests, legal brew. Okay, let's drop into the Hill and see their rhetoric.
Good morning and welcome to Rising. We have a great show for you today. I'm Amber Duke, joined again by Jessica Burbank. Pro-Palestine encampments and protests swelled on major U.S. college campuses across the country, from Texas and California to Atlanta and New York. Despite universities' best efforts to dismantle them, they continue unabated. Demonstrations intensified after several schools turned to law enforcement, who responded with force, including pepper spraying, pushing, shoving, and even tackling demonstrators. Several hundred people were arrested, including 2 professors at Emory University in Georgia, Caroline Folan and Noel McAfee. Meanwhile, the University of Southern California canceled its commencement ceremony next month, citing safety concerns.
Protesters are objecting to the war in Gaza, with several demonstrations demanding that administration should boycott, divest, and sanction. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu weighed in on Wednesday. Let's take a look at that.
What's happening in America's college?
Stephen Miller here, president of America First Legal. Foreigners in the United States who support terrorism must be deported. Those who hate our country and our way of life are not welcome here and do not belong here. We must demand the federal government remove these foreign extremists from our midst. If you agree, support us by clicking here. Yeah.
What's happening on America's college campuses is horrific. Anti-Semitic mobs have taken over leading universities. They call for the annihilation of Israel. They attack Jewish students. They attack Jewish faculty. This is reminiscent of what happened in German universities in the 1930s. It's unconscionable. It has to be stopped. It has to be condemned and condemned unequivocally.
Netanyahu urged everyone, Jews and non-Jews, to stand up to anti-Semitism. He did not signal any end, though, to Israel's bloody campaign.
Let's just keep it in mind that whatever her name is, I forgot her name, but she is a ultra-liberal. I think she worked with the whole Jill Stein campaign.
President Biden seems unmoved. He signed a $16 billion bill this week that will give more money to Israel. This as calls of genocide Joe ring louder across college campuses. Morehouse College students and some faculty are drumming up criticism against President Biden's planned commencement address there during graduation this year because of what they call his mishandling of the Israel-Hamas war. Meanwhile, President Trump, or former President Trump, could not help but kick in his 2 cents from New York, where he is standing trial for alleged election interference. Let's watch.
As you look at the various colleges all over the country and beyond colleges, because it's happening in other areas too. You see what's happening on the front having to do with Palestine and Israel and protests and hate, anger. Biden is sending an absolutely horrible message. Horrible, horrible message. He has no idea how to message. He can't speak. He can't put 2 sentences together. He doesn't know what to do. This is not our president. This is somebody that shouldn't be doing what he's doing because he can't do it. He can't do it well. We're having protests all over. He was talking about Charlottesville. Charlottesville was a little peanut, and it was nothing compared. And the hate wasn't the kind of hate that you have here. This is tremendous hate, and we have a man that can't talk about it because he doesn't understand it. He doesn't understand what's going on with our country.
Now, I want to go back to what Benjamin Netanyahu was saying there for a second to compare.
Well, before we let the ultra-liberal talk, DrPaulCottrell wants to say something. Why do you have to have former President Trump put his 2 cents in? He's running for president for the 2024 election. He needs to reach his audience to be able to give his perspective on what's going on with these campuses. Don't you think that's important? I think so. I'm telling you, don't trust these fucking ultra-liberals. They'll screw this country.
Israel's killing of 30,000 Palestinians, 70% were women and children. To compare that to protests.
Well, let me get this straight. How many of those 30,000 are actually part of Hamas? Oh, and Hamas is embedding in to the civilian population. War crime. See, Jessica Elberbank, I guess her name is. Jessica, stop using Westphalian logic. This is going back to biblical borders in the rebuilding of the Temple Mount. Trust me on this.
In Nazi Germany or demonstrations in Nazi Germany, it's just not a fair comparison. It's a ridiculous media tactic to try and continue to draw on sentiments around World War II while Israel...
No, Jessica. Wrong. Why don't you listen to some lectures from Neil Ferguson? He talks about this. It was the intelligentsia from the universities that really started the Nazi Party.
Putting the atrocities here, just
the atrocities. I'm an ultra liberal that I believe she went to Brown. I'm an ultra liberal that is from an Ivy League education, and I know it all. No, you don't know it all.
And Harvard, it's really interesting to hear Benjamin Netanyahu make statements about free speech on America's campuses.
That's a good point. And, you know, my fundamental problem with a lot of the media coverage...
She's the conservative side, and she said, that's a good point. Without even actually being... without actually having any historical basis of what they're saying. It's just an opinion.
These protests is trying to really paint the protesters with a broad brush. There are some incidents that we've seen on camera of anti-Semitism. There are some incidents of perhaps violent action, but it's obviously not fair to apply that to every single protester that's on these campuses. And I think the sort of rub here is that we should be absolutely supporting the right to free speech. We should be acknowledging that these people have a right to protest. And then the sort of conflict comes into tension with campus policies. For example, policies against having a physical encampment, perhaps policies against protesters blocking people's access to public parts of campus. You know, they pay to...
The protesters don't have to be protesting on campus where it's a safe space. Get on Main Street. Get on Main Street. Don't go into a little safe space. Really believe in what you're saying? If you really believe, you'll go on Main Street.
As well, so they should be able to use those areas where they have these sort of autonomous zones set up. And if students, you know, get a warning and then are told that they have to get off campus or they will face suspension, then they have to be prepared for those consequences. But I don't like this idea that's actually coming from some people on the right or from conservatives that because Jewish students feel unsafe, that's why we have to crack down on the protesters, not because they're violating campus policy. And to me, that is the exact same argument that some leftists and progressives used to shut down conservative speech on campus in the past 10 years or so, was this idea that the speech was dangerous because it was threatening to students' mental health. It made them feel afraid, even if it wasn't explicitly threatening. So I don't want the right to turn around and use that exact same argument against these pro-Palestinian protesters. To me, it seems like a fundamental hypocrisy there.
Right. A lot of people have been circulating this screen grab of Columbia.
That part I agree with. But the thing is, in a public usage space on campus, it's actually campus property. It doesn't have to be there. The presidents could just say, no go, say whatever you want off campus. Because what it does is it creates the potentiality of an unsafe situation. If they want to protest in, let's say, peacefully in, you know, some sort of auditorium setting where they're doing, you know, speeches, you know, about the atrocities that are going on, and they have some logical arguments, and better yet, to have a counter argument on stage 2, kind of like an Oxford-oriented kind of debate, that would be great. That's what the universities are for. But to have a bunch of liberal people running around on campus in the yard or in the malls like they are right now, I don't think is really the place for that kind of activity on the university campus grounds. That's something that you can do on Main Street. And oh, by the way, if you want to have it organized, you have to get a permit. So what they do is they go to a safe space. What's going to happen is the ultra-liberal is going to demonize conservatives. The ultra-liberal is going to demonize Jews. The ultra-liberal is going to demonize. I mean, can you just imagine the ultra-liberal head is literally going to explode in real time on camera when the red heifer is burnt on the altar? I'm really looking forward to that day, to actually see that liberal head just blow up in real time.
University's website, where they talk about their response to protests by students during the Vietnam War and how much they regret how students were treated, how they regret calling the police in to arrest these students. And it's insane to think that.
My father served during the Vietnam era honorably. Not only that, going all the way back to the revolution, my father's side has served honorably for this nation, the United States, going all the way back to the revolution. Actually, it goes all the way back to the French and Indian War. But let's just stick with the revolution. And every major conflict on my father's side, they rose to the occasion. All right? All right? So when he came back during the Vietnam era, right, from service, and he's getting off the bus in Detroit, he has to deal with all the fucking protesting and being called baby killer and all that shit. That's what these people represent. And demonizing our servicemen and women. And these people aren't even old enough to, they weren't even born in the 1970s. So they have no fucking idea. They have no fucking idea what the Vietnam era was about.
Because they posted this apology that they're going to assess student protests differently because they're taking the same course of action. To see professors like that old lady get brutalized by police is insane. And it's at a time when there's not a lot of trust in the police in the United States of America to protect people.
Old lady, she literally looks like she's in her late 40s or early 50s. See, this is a 26-year-old dipshit.
Protesting over a foreign war to protect, the general public from them with some assessment that they're being violent by simply camping out, when what they're protesting is probably the most violent force in the world, the U.S. military-industrial complex. It almost makes the police seem like an arm of the U.S. military-industrial complex, which, when we see the militarization of the police and police carrying the level of weapons and sometimes having tanks, that's not right. It shouldn't sit right with any citizen who wants to live in a free country, that there's that disparity of power between, a regular citizen and a police officer. It makes it seem like, the police are there to regulate the citizens rather than keep the citizens safe, to keep the citizens in.
And that's why we have a Second Amendment. But you're a liberal and you don't want a Second Amendment. The Second Amendment is to make sure that there is not asymmetry in terms of weaponry between the government and the citizenry. So you whine about the industrial complex, you whine about over militarization of the police, which I agree with. I agree with what she's saying in terms of the industrial complex, the military industrial complex has ballooned out and has become a huge problem. It's what I call the national security state. And there is the militarization of the police. That's true. All that is true. But you have ultra liberals that want to take away your Second Amendment rights to be able to check the power of the national security and to check the over militarization of the police. And that's exactly what our founding fathers wrote. Honey, Jessica, the 20-year-old.
From expressing ideas that run counter to the U.S. military-industrial complex. It's not popular to be sending aid to Israel right now, to have students protesting by camping out. It's a pretty common form of protest. It's a very nonviolent form of protest. And so we're at this place where this response just feels so wrong that I think it's making more people take a really hard.
What about that Columbia University protest, where you had the pro-Palestinian or pro-Hamas, let's call them pro-Hamas, telling the pro-Israel protester that they wanted October 7th 10,000 times or 1,000 times. Sounds real peaceful, right? Oh, what happened on October 7th? The burning of babies, the raping of women, the killing of in the rural community within that southern area of Israel. No, we don't want to talk about that, Jessica, the 20-year-old from Brown.
Look at the $16 billion that just went over to Israel and saying, why is the government doing something that is so unpopular among the people that students are willing to risk getting brutalized by the police over?
Yeah, I think the particulars of what.
How about this, Jessica? Why did universities promote BLM when it's been known that it was a fraudulent organization? Oh, yeah.
Frankly, in my opinion, kind of idiotic. The idea of the universities having to divest from index funds, essentially, which I don't know whose parents are, I don't know who the parents of these students are, but I assume a lot of their parents have 401ks or IRAs or other investments in the stock market. They would presumably be invested in index funds. Pretty much every pension account, retirement fund is invested in index funds. And so I think their ire would be better directed towards places like BlackRock that actually put together, or Vanguard that actually put together these funds, as opposed to the universities who are simply trying to exercise their fiduciary duty, which is to get the best return on investment on the money that they get from donors, the money that's in their endowment. I don't think that they're the right target of this protest.
The term is social responsible investing, SRI. You can buy SRI products where it doesn't have, military in it, or, research with fetal tissue. There's a whole slew of them, products that are SRI. The problem is that SRI doesn't perform as well.
But that being said, I completely agree that the universities have kind of miscalculated here, because if they were going to enforce these types of policies, which they never have really in the past, they sort of let students kind of do whatever they want when it comes to these protests, whether it's sit-ins on campus or previous encampments. And now to exercise it now, you give the impression that you're not actually interested in process-related questions to speech on campus, but you're interested in the content of that speech. And what it's done is it's given this effect of giving more power to the protesters, because they brought all of this media attention to them. They've popped up on other campuses from students who are trying to show their support for what's been happening at Columbia. And so they've actually only inflamed the tensions even more and given more air to what's going on.
No, you shut them down right when they start putting up the tents and you stop it. That's how you handle this. That's how you handle this. If they want to protest in the public square, which is not on campus property, legally, that's not public property. That's campus property. Then fine. It's their freedom of speech. Because it's a different dynamic. Because it's not a safe space. This show is really irritating me. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. And if it's giving you inflammation too, make sure that you go and get my turmeric. This is an antioxidant. It'll bring down inflammation. Why is that important? Because by bringing down inflammation, you're gonna be able to control chronic inflammation and chronic disease. All right. And what people, especially in America, where they have a poor diet, poor exercise, right, and stressful life, they're chronically inflamed. Well, that will wear on tissue, and your immune system is worn down. So to calm down the immune system and have it heal and to boost it up, take turmeric every day. In addition, take ashwagandha root. This will also bring down that inflammatory response. It will also help with your glucose levels. In America, most people have too high of a glucose count. So go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get ashwagandha, and that will help maintain the proper glucose level. Now, many people have diabetes. If you take ashwagandha, many people that are diabetic will be able to reduce their insulin units by taking ashwagandha every day. Do you really want to take allopathic medication chronically, or do you want to actually try to get healthy? I suspect that you want to try to get healthy. Take turmeric and take ashwagandha every day. In addition, take vitamin C. Get it from my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Drink it with water because it's water soluble, and it will help to improve your skin. It's an antioxidant. It's going to help to reduce stress on your cells, but it'll also help with fighting colds. All right. It'll help to boost up the immune system. If you're not feeling well, take a double dose of this daily. Lastly, go to my store and get the C60. I have it in coconut, in avocado, which is the one that I'm holding, and I have it also in extra virgin olive oil. You can get it in 2 ounce, 4 ounce, or 8 ounce configuration. You take a teaspoon of it a day. If you get the 2 ounce, you take a dropper of it a day, and you'll be reducing those free radicals. Bringing down the free radicals will help to improve the cellular health and help to improve the mitochondrial health of the cell. By doing that, you're going to get more energy and you're going to get better metabolism. And you're going to slow down the aging process, and it's actually going to start to calm down the immune system. So please go to the store and get the C60 and coconut, avocado, or olive oil in a 2 ounce, 4 ounce, or 8 ounce. I take a teaspoon of it a day. If you're not feeling well, take a tablespoon. If you work out regularly, take it before your workout. It's actually going to help with your recovery. Take it on an empty stomach for better absorption.
Just through their aggressive crackdown. So I think just from a strategy standpoint, that was a piece of this calculation.
Absolutely. I think a lot of the protesters, right, are talking about divestment, sanctions, but I think the majority of them are showing up because they know that these universities have very powerful alumni networks that pay attention to what happens on campus. But if you look at the balance sheet of universities, it's insane. When we've seen the skyrocketing of tuition over the past 50 years or so, I've always wondered, what are they doing with all this money? Are they immediately spending it year over year? Is the actual money that they need to spend to facilitate a student being on campus that much? Where is it going? And if you look, it's required by the federal government that they disclose, what their balance sheet looks like every year. And they accumulate so much money that really sits there. And they have their endowments, but they also have huge accounts. And so when we think about the amount of money that goes towards investments by universities to grow the total sum of money that they have, I mean, it's kind of insane, just the sum of money that they're getting from each student year over year, but that they're not spending a lot of it. And so I think it's almost this kind of taxation without representation, or rather, you pay your money into the university, you want it to go towards having the quality.
It's a little bit more complicated than that, Jessica. During a downturn, they lose a lot of money. All right? Like during Lehman, Harvard lost a lot. All right? In addition, when someone donates and they build up this endowment, there is going to be temporary restricted net assets and permanently restricted net assets. And depending on the classification of the donation and how it is able to be spent, depends on the speed of the usage of that money and how it can be used. It's not completely fungible, Jessica. Oh, it's a little bit more complicated.
Education or things that make the university better or alumni networks better. But when the university is simply, investing the dollars that they rake in through alumni donations or what have you, and they sit on large pools of money and are investing in, corporations that are profiting off of what Israel is doing, as a student, I'm sure that doesn't feel right. And so it's one ask they can have, but I think most students are just
if you don't like what the school's doing, perhaps the students shouldn't be going to that school. No, the students want their cake and eat it too. They want to tell the university how to be run, and they want the prestige of that degree. The weird, strange thing about this is it's a negative feedback loop, and the liberals are destroying the university's credibility, destroying the reputation of the university.
Because they want their voices to be heard. That's where they are right now. Young people are more likely to take action than many others, which is something, we've seen throughout history in the United States. And I think most people are just showing up because it feels wrong to be at one of these elite institutions, very comfortable, getting a good education, when there are people starving, thanks to, in part, American tax dollars.
I do agree that universities should absolutely be using some of this massive war chest that they have in order to reduce tuition rates for students instead of hiking them every single year.
I agree with
and
that.
One of the conflicts that I have with these protests in particular is that there are a lot of students on campus who are paying exorbitant tuition fees, who should be able to study in a library, for example, for their finals without having that giant encampment with people banging on pots and yelling at all hours of the night. I imagine that's quite unfair for them to be paying the same amount of money and not be able to access the education that they're really paying for. I mean, fundamentally, I think the university should be a place where people can go and get a good education and develop their critical thinking skills, as opposed to really just being an epicenter for activism. So that's sort of the conflict that I find myself running into. But I think we agree on just the fundamental speech question here, and we're going to be back with more Rising after this.
Democracy now.
Protest against Israel's war in Gaza continues to spread from coast
Doesn't
to
she
coast
look like
across Europe.
the poster child for the boomer liberal?
Campuses. From California to Connecticut, students have set up Gaza solidarity encampments to call for an end to the Israeli assault and for university divestment from Israel and the U.S. arms industry. University administrators have responded by calling in law enforcement, forcibly removing encampments, arresting students and faculty, and suspending students. More than 500 arrests have been made on campuses nationwide in just over a week. One of the most violent police crackdowns took place at Emory University in Atlanta Thursday. Local and state police swept onto the campus just hours after students set up tents on the quad to protest Israel's war in Gaza.
Oh, it's just simple students just protesting, but the police are so violent. Liberal.
And Atlanta Police Training Center, known as Cop City. Police were accused of using tear gas, rubber bullets, and stun guns to break up the encampment as they wrestled people to the ground. One video shows multiple officers restraining a protester as they apply and hold a taser to his leg, as students around him yelled for them to stop. In an email addressing the situation shortly afterwards, the president of Emory University wrote several dozen individuals, quote, largely not affiliated with the university entered the campus for the protest, disrupting the Emory community amidst final exams. The university later said 20 of the 28 people arrested had ties to the school. Among those arrested were a number of faculty members, including the chair of the philosophy department at Emory University, Noel McCaffey. A bystander filmed her being led away in handcuffs.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Is there anything I can do for you right now?
Well, Democracy Now! Spoke to Professor Noel McCaffey after she was released from custody on Thursday. She described what happened.
I was on campus this morning early for a long day meeting. And I saw that there was an encampment, and I heard some peaceful chanting. I thought I would just go and see how it was going. And also was concerned because in the past, Emory University has not just called out their own police to monitor things, but the Atlanta police. And a moment after I got there, I saw the troopers coming up. I'm not sure if they were the Georgia troopers or the Atlanta police, but they were coming up. The students were protesting with tents and all. And I was just wanting to watch, and I wandered over, and I saw suddenly things took a turn. From the students got up to start marching, and then I couldn't see exactly from where I was. They were just being attacked by the police.
The most prestige doctorate you can get is a doctorate of philosophy, a philosophy of philosophy, right? Like I have a Ph.D. in finance, right? And it's a philosophy of finance, basically, right? So a Ph.D. of philosophy is really prestigious in terms of academia, all right? You're supposed to be a real thinker. Do you think that she's a real thinker? I don't think so. Promoting all the bullshit that's being percolated in the ultra liberal agenda. This is PNN. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the silver solution. This is a product that will help to neutralize pathogens. You take a teaspoon of it a day. If you're not feeling well, take a tablespoon or two a day. Swish it in your mouth, gargle with it, swallow it. What that will do is neutralize pathogens, maintain that mucosal barrier that's really important, and to help with gut health. By doing this every day, you're going to improve your immune system. You can also get either the Health Max 35 or the Health Max 14. By doing that, same thing, tablespoon or a teaspoon a day. If you're not feeling well, a tablespoon or two a day. Do it every day, help to boost up your immune system. I have these applicators that are really important that you put that fluid, this fluid in, or the Health Max 35 or 14. Put it in the spritzer, the dropper, or the nasal spray. Put it in your bag. It's really easy to carry. Take it to work or, wherever you go. And you can spray surfaces, spray the back of your throat, put, a full dropper in your mouth, or nasal spray to help fight pathogens, to help to improve allergic reactions, especially during the allergy season, and to help to boost your immune system. You can also use the spritzer to spray surfaces versus spray your hands. Way better than using Perel, because Perel is actually toxic.
Just over a few seconds, the police were attacking. I could hear rubber bullets. Then I smelled it or tasted the tear gas. And then I saw in front of me a student on the ground with like 3 or 4 policemen pummeling the student, just pummeling and pummeling. And I tried to video it. I was standing there about 3 feet away from it. And it went on for like a minute or two. And I said, screamed, "What are you doing?" And then they stopped pummeling the student, and a policeman stood in front of me and said, "You need to leave." And I felt like the person who just needed to stay and witness what had just happened. And so I stood there several feet away, and then he started dragging me off and putting my hands behind my back and took me in. He took me around the side, and there were a lot of students.
Perhaps the student was out of control, that needed to be restrained, because ultra liberals have a tendency to be a little out of control.
Arrested and processed, and also some other faculty members, and we were put in a van. The president sent out an email to the community shortly after saying that these were outside agitators. But I was in a group of about 20 to 25 Emory people who were being arrested. So this was a peaceful protest that became chaotic. The moment the the Atlanta police arrived and became very hostile.
Arrested Professor Noel McCarthy, the chair of the philosophy department at Emory University. Several Georgia legislators have criticized the police response at Emory yesterday in a statement signed by at least 19 state Democratic lawmakers. They said they were, quote, deeply alarmed by reports of excessive force, writing, quote, the use of extreme anti-riot tactics by Georgia State Patrol, including tasers and gas, is a dangerous escalation to protests which were by all accounts peaceful and nonviolent, they wrote. For more on the protests at Emory University, go to Atlanta, where we're joined by 2 guests. Emil Kameh is professor of English and Indigenous Studies at Emory University. He was also arrested at the campus yesterday, jailed for 4 hours, charged with disorderly conduct. And we're joined by Maima Mohammed, an MD, Ph.D. student, Palestinian-American organizer at Emory, who took part in the protests. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Professor Emil Kameh, you were arrested. Why were you out at the protest as people started to begin the encampment, and explain what happened to you?
Yeah, well, thank you for the opportunity to be here. Yeah, I was just going to work. I was going to my office to prepare my classes. I was supposed to teach yesterday, and then I ran into some of my students who were participating in the protest, and I went up to say hi to them, and they also saw some of my colleagues. So I was talking to them, and then somebody had mentioned that that the university had called the police, and pretty soon they got there, and I literally felt that I was in a war zone when I saw the police with all the gear, and then like they immediately began to forcibly remove and destroy all the tents and forcibly remove students. I saw then that I started feeling the tear gas, and I held arms with some people that that we were being pushed back out of the encampment. And the student that I was holding arms with, she was then arrested, and then the next thing I know, I was on the floor, being forcibly on the floor, and I was being arrested. But yeah, it was like a horrible experience, very surreal, and unacceptable, really unacceptable. And it was just a horrible situation, a horrible experience.
Professor, the police are denying they used rubber bullets. What did you see?
So I did see somebody being tased, and then I saw the tear gas, and I felt it in my eyes. I was also next to an older lady, and I was trying to reach her and try to see if I could offer some water. But then it's I did see the footage, some of the videos of police using rubber bullets as well, but it was very forceful with screams and it was very violent and really unacceptable.
The Emory administration has also had a similar response against Stop Cop City protests on campus. Can you talk about the connections between the two?
Yeah, I mean, the protesters were not only asking the university to divest from investing in Israel, but also Cop City. And I mean, it is the right thing to do. It's I mean, it's the right thing to do because we have to remember that universities on indigenous lands, and these are indigenous territories, and there was an eviction notice written by Muskogee leaders about not building Cap City in Atlanta, and it is a just demand, and hopefully the university will listen to what the students are saying about this, because I think it's extremely important.
I wanted to bring Umaima Mohammed into this conversation. Umaima, you're a MD, Ph.D. student at Emory. Can you talk about these protests that you helped to organize and why you felt it was so key to take the stand on?
My understanding with this student that's a Ph.D. MD at Emory is that she is on a student visa. I could be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure. So if she broke the law, she should be deported and lose her student visa, because they shouldn't be in this country causing havoc and destruction. She was given an opportunity to get an education in this country under a student visa, and she is part of this protesting. Now, guess what? People that have a student visa, they don't have the right for all the constitutional freedoms of a citizen of this country. They're here as a guest.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are past the 7-month mark of this genocide. And on our campus and in our community, we have repeatedly organized peacefully to put pressure on our institutions, especially at Emory, to stop harassing and doxing students and to stop repressing speech around Palestine and to divest from the Israeli apartheid state. And every single time, Emory shuts us down. Every single time they crack down and they punish students. Every single time they silence our voices. And at some point, we decided that we no longer accept our tuition dollars and our tax money going to fund an active genocide. And that was, I think, the main motivation for a group of students and community members and faculty and graduate students coming together so powerfully in this moment to say, we just reject this. We refuse to move.
That is not how the universities run. That's not how the universities run. The tuition that is collected doesn't go into the endowment. The tuition helps to fund the different schools that tuition is going towards. For example, if they're part of the college, then it'll go towards the running of for the budget of the college. If they're at the medical school, it'll go towards the budget to running the school. It doesn't go into the endowment fund. So she's wrong about that. The tuition doesn't go into the investment fund. Now, what does happen is that the profits from the investment fund help to support the budget for the individual schools within the university. So what right does a student have to tell the university how to invest its funds? See, what it is these fucking liberals don't know anything about finance.
Listens to divesting from both the apartheid state of Israel and Stop Cop City.
I read an open letter that you had written. I mean, you're particularly deeply concerned about healthcare. You quoted the Palestinian doctor Hammam Allo, killed in November when an Israeli artillery shell struck his wife's home. His father, brother-in-law, and father-in-law also died. Democracy Now! Spoke to Dr. Allo on October 31st. This was his response when I asked him why he refused to leave his patients.
And if I go, who takes my patients? We are not animals. We have the right to receive proper healthcare. We can just leave. You think I went to medical school and for my postgraduate degrees for a total of 14 years, so I think only about my life and not my patients?
Dr. Hammam Allo would be killed several weeks later. Umayma Mohammed, can you talk about this issue of what we're seeing at this point, over 34,000 Palestinians killed, the number of doctors and nurses, staff, universities, and why this is a particular concern to you?
34,000 individuals died. Many of them are Hamas. Guess what? Hamas is embedding itself in the population, which is a war crime. Democracy Now! Doesn't tell you that. There's going to be a lot of collateral damage if the militants are actually embedded into the society. Now, are there war crimes that are taking place on both sides, the Israeli and Hamas side? Yes. All wars have war crimes. All sides of war have war crimes. But the bottom line is that Hamas is not good for society.
So, as a future healthcare professional and a current medical student, I am deeply concerned about the lack of concern healthcare institutions in America have for what we're seeing. And it's not just in Palestine. Healthcare professionals largely aren't invested in the health and care of community members.
Guess what? Every single one of those nurses and doctors knew that Hamas was in bed was dug in with the tunnel system under their hospital. Every fucking single one of them knew that. Democracy Now! Doesn't tell you that. Oh, by the way, it was the NGOs that allowed for the hospital being built on top of the tunnel system, going all the way back to 2010 and 2014.
The police violence we saw at Emory's campus. I mean, it's absolutely mind-boggling to me that these people call themselves providers and care workers and are deeply disinvested from the structural and state violence of community members, both locally and internationally. And I used that quote in a letter that I wrote to the School of Medicine a few months ago because of the absolute silence from a healthcare institution on the decimation of the healthcare system in Gaza, on their own peers being murdered in cold blood by the IDF. And so I think one of the concerns that I have with Emory and with the School of...
They were part of a collateral damage. Maybe in very idiosyncratic situations, there were some war crimes by the IDF. That's being investigated. But the majority of the collateral damage when it came to the hospitals was because Hamas was dug in underneath the hospital. And oh, by the way, we're shooting out of the window on upper level floors of hospitals at the IDF. No, you don't want to talk about that. What it is that Esau, the soul root of Esau, wants to spin this into the international community to demonize the IDF. Now, war crimes are happening on both sides, by Hamas and by the IDF. But you won't hear that on Democracy Now! Or Al Jazeera. It's only the IDF, and it's 34,000 people that died. Well, yeah, but how many were actually Hamas? Or better yet, how many of them, the collateral damage was due to Hamas embedding themselves into the population, which is a war crime. No, you don't want to talk about that, Miss Ph.D., M.D. student from Palestine.
And specifically is that they have also, along with the greater Emory community, participated in suppressing Palestinian voices. So a great example of this is very early on to this genocide in October, Emory fired a Palestinian physician for posting a private social media post on her Facebook in support of the Palestinians. And yet, one of the professors of medicine we have at Emory recently went to serve as a volunteer medic in the Israeli Defense Force and recently came back. This man participated in aiding and abetting a genocide and aiding and abetting the destruction of the healthcare system in Gaza and the murder of over 400 healthcare workers, and is now back at Emory, so-called teaching medical students and residents how to take care of patients. I mean, the disconnect is, for me, very obvious, and it's very frustrating that the School of Medicine and the greater Emory community continues to ignore these major disconnects.
I'm wondering, as we wrap up, Umama Mohammed, you're a medical student, about GILI, the Georgia International Law Enforcement Exchange, and its connection between Cop City, which would be the largest police training facility in the country that is being protested as it's being built in Atlanta, and the Atlanta police and Israel, what this is all about.
Absolutely. So GILI, like you said, is the Georgia International Law Enforcement Exchange Program, and it was started in the 90s at a university, at Georgia State University. And the function of this program is to exchange local police with international police forces. But what this program has become majorly is a connection between the Atlanta Police Force and the Israeli Defense Force. So they send Atlanta police, along with people like medics and first responders, over to train under a military that is illegally occupying land in Palestine to better learn surveillance techniques, to better learn tactics on how to suppress and repress protesters in Atlanta.
Illegal occupation? Wait a minute. I'm sorry, honey. The Palestinians do not have the birthright of the land. It's the Jews. Written over 3,000 years ago.
And they bring back these techniques that are highly militarized and violent and use them against students. And in fact, yesterday we had a Palestinian student speak who said the last time that she experienced what was a war zone on Emory's campus was when she was in occupied Palestine. When we were tear gassed, all she could see was the vision of when she was in occupied Palestine.
Let me get this straight. As America is moving towards crazy liberals, they're becoming supporters of terrorism. Don't you think that the police need to find out on how to deal with those kinds of situations? And probably the best place to train is probably in this zone between Israel and the Israelis and the Palestinians.
And tear gas, where those tear gas canisters saying made in the USA. And so what we're seeing happening is an exchange between the Atlanta police and the Israeli Defense Force, which is currently committing a genocide, to exchange tactics on how to better surveil, repress, and harm community members.
And finally, just 10 seconds, but as you talk about the Israeli Defense Force, you're referring to what's officially known as the IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces. Can you explain why you call them the IOF?
Right. So we reject the idea that the Israeli Defense Force is defending anything legitimate. The Israeli Defense Force has always been on the offensive, effectively enacting ethnic cleansing against the Palestinians, effectively stealing land, creating illegal settlements, checkpoints, creating conditions that are highly unlivable for Palestinians. And that's why we use the language Israeli Defense Force, not the IDF.
All right, more bullshit from Democracy Now, which really means revolution now. All right, let's go back to live now and see if we're going to get the rocket launch and stuff.
We have a story we'd like to share. Of aid that's so important to the citizens of Gaza. All right, everyone, you are.
Oh, here we go. We're going to do a live premiere with The Hill.
Columbia students are continuing to protest today after University President Dr. Manoush Shafiq dropped a midnight deadline for protesters to abandon their encampment. Manoush released a statement at 11 p.m. last night saying, quote, "Talks have shown progress and are continuing as planned. We have our demands, they have theirs." Students say they won't leave the encampments until the university agrees to financially divest from companies that do business with Israel. Manoush faces mounting criticism from students, faculty, politicians, and donors after over 100 student protesters were arrested. The University Senate is scheduled to meet today to vote on a resolution that expresses displeasure with her decision. Columbia Spectator journalist Emily Ford-Gash has been reporting on the ground at Columbia University throughout the protests and joins us now. Thanks for being with us.
No problem. Thank you for having me.
So I want to get into some of the aftermath of these arrests of 100, I think, plus students, some professors as well. Has this shifted any sentiment of people who were initially critical of the encampment? Has this changed anything, the response by calling the police in and the police's behavior?
So the police were called in by Manoush Shafiq the day after the encampment started. So last Thursday, Shafiq authorized the police to come onto campus, and that's when the arrests were made. And the encampment had started just over 24 hours beforehand. And there were hundreds and hundreds of spectators to the police coming into the encampment and arresting the students. And very shortly after, everyone watched this happen on campus. The people that were watching kind of replicated the encampment on the other side of the South Lawns on Columbia's main campus. And so I would say that kind of watching your fellow peers get arrested and everyone kind of rallying around and seeing that definitely created a different environment on campus after that point, where people were a little bit more, I would say, committed to the cause. And the encampment that is now on the west side of South Lawns is still there today.
Some of the mainstream media coverage of the encampment has accused some of the students of violence, some outside agitators of violence. Have you personally witnessed any incidences of violence, or is the university more upset just about the fact that there is this physical encampment that might be impeding other students from using public spaces?
So when Shafiq authorized the NYPD to come onto campus, in her statement, she said that there was a clear and present danger, and that's why she was authorizing the police to come onto campus. The police chief, though, after the fact, said that the encampment itself was very peaceful and that the students were expressing themselves in a peaceful manner. Spectator itself has reported a number of incidents from protests that are outside the gates of Columbia's university, including a protest that happened last night. So there have been incidents of aggression and sometimes violence and hatred in the protests that are outside Columbia's campus. Columbia's campus right now is locked to only people that hold Columbia University IDs. And so that's not to say that the people in the outside protests are 100% non-affiliates, but those are mainly non-affiliates in those outside protests, and that's where Spectator has reported most incidents. But there have been a few incidents on campus near the encampment. The encampment itself, I would say, is largely peaceful.
It sounds like a lot of other universities have joined in after Columbia's encampment in form of protest really led the way. Now, all of these protests nationwide have gotten the attention of Benjamin Netanyahu, who's made a statement about it, calling the protests something that can be compared to the demonstrations in Nazi Germany during World War II. What do you make of this? As a student, a lot of students on campus are in their late teens, early 20s.
Jessica, he stated that it was reminiscent of Nazi Germany because the whole Nazi party started from the intelligentsia from the universities. That's his point. No. I literally am starting to believe that people that have ears that seem to be thin and they come out like this, right? You know, like Jessica has, they have some mental disorder.
That you all have become the target of, a political phenomena, potentially, a genocide. Many people believe that there's enough evidence to call this a genocide, that now foreign leaders are making you all the target of their statements and speeches to the press.
I think it's challenging because Spectator has reported that a number of Jewish students feel unsafe on campus, and they feel like the encampment and the protests around the university at its gates have created an environment that's sometimes hostile or just hard to be on. And then Spectator has, though, also reported that the encampment itself and those student leaders who are leading the encampment have oriented their goals, as you mentioned before, towards divestment and then also towards making sure that we keep our eyes on what's happening in Gaza. And it's not just Netanyahu. There have been American politicians who have tweeted or even come to campus calling for Manu Shafiq to resign, making statements about the student protesters on campus and the protests off campus. I think it's very difficult to really understand the environment at Columbia right now unless you step onto Columbia's campus itself, which very few people can do at the moment, only like credentialed press during certain periods of time and people, as I said, with Columbia University IDs. And I would say that it's a very, like the Columbia's Spectator's reporting is a little bit different sometimes than reporting from other news outlets because we're able to be on campus. And we've, as I said, there is a difference between our reports of incidents that many people refer to on campus in the encampment versus off campus. So I think that distinction is important to make.
So the president of Columbia, Manu Shafiq, has said that while the students have their demands, which as we've discussed are mostly surrounding divestment, as well as having the university perhaps make stronger statements in regards to what's happening in Gaza, she says that the university has its demands as well. Do you have any sense of what the university's demands are? Are they mostly related to the disbursement of this encampment?
Spectator hasn't yet been able to report exactly what those demands are, but certainly the university is working towards trying to disperse the encampment. Because, as I said, a number of students have said that the encampment makes them feel unsafe. Shafiq testified in Congress last Wednesday, and much of what she talked about was regarding anti-Semitic incidents on campus, and that's what a bunch of the lawmakers were asking her about. And I definitely think that's front of mind for her administration, a number of students, as I mentioned, also the politicians that I mentioned. And so I think making sure that everyone feels safe on campus is probably part of their demands. But then also the university has announced that the people in the encampment have complied to a number of their requests, such as having a New York Police Department officer go into the encampment and make sure that their activities are completely safe, which the people in the encampment allowed to happen. So there has definitely been like ongoing negotiations, and the deadline keeps getting extended back more. So we'll kind of have to see when the negotiations end, what exactly the university wants to happen.
Now, the SIPA or SIPA school within Columbia University decided to create a task force addressing both anti-Semitic hatred and Islamophobia back in November. Have you seen Islamophobia on campus as well? And also, have you seen any impact of this task force or any failure to address, Islamophobia on campus that may have led to students taking an escalatory step to create this encampment?
So the university itself created a task force on anti-Semitism before the encampment started last week. As you mentioned, it was just shortly after October 7th. I think it's interesting to talk about the entire, since October 7th, the months following, because there definitely have been incidents that the spectators reported on of both anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. We released a number of articles regarding student experiences on both sides and how they feel on campus all throughout this conflict, not just within the past week. And so there have certainly been instances of that we've reported, like reportable instances. I would say that there is definitely a sentiment of confusion around kind of what the task force on anti-Semitism is currently doing. And then there has certainly been a reportable sentiment that students feel that the university isn't doing enough to address Islamophobia on campus, and that it's more oriented to addressing anti-Semitism, especially within the past week, and especially since, as I mentioned, Shafiq testified in Congress. That was a main part of the conversation. And so students have definitely voiced concern that it's kind of that the university is unevenly addressing the problem of who is feeling unsafe on campus, especially in terms of like the administration's rhetoric around the issue.
I'm not super familiar with Columbia's class schedule, to be honest, but I have read reports that you all are heading into finals season. Have you done any reporting or talked to any of the students who maybe aren't affiliated with the protest and what potential impact this is having on their ability to prepare for finals and kind of what the larger academic atmosphere looks like right now with this encampment on campus?
Sure. So starting on Tuesday of this week, the University of Columbia's Morningside campus became hybrid, meaning that students who don't necessarily feel safe coming to classes right now have the option to join classes remotely via Zoom. And that has definitely taken place. There have certainly been students in classes who have taken that option, but I will say that there have been many students who are still going to classes in person. Our last day of classes is this upcoming Monday. And so that remote option is still available for students. And there are students who are not affiliated with the protests who are, walking through campus, walking to their classes, going to classes in person. And then our finals are starting soon, and the university announced that it's up to professors' discretion. But
this is PNN. I'm going to commercial. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Link is in the description of this video and all my videos. It's allergy season, and you're going to get hypersensitivity reaction type 1, especially if you're allergic to ultra liberals. Please go get the lozenges. I have it in elderberry and zinc in a 21 count and in manuka honey in a 21 count. It has structural nanosilver in it. It'll help to neutralize those pathogens. It'll help to reduce that inflammatory response from allergies, and it'll help to boost up your immune system. it's really important. Get a few bags of these for your household. You can also get them in drops, which are slightly smaller, in 100 count, in blueberry, and also 100 count drops in honey and lemon. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the lozenges and the drops. It's really important for the allergy season. Because of all the rain and a weakening of the immune system, people get allergic reactions, in this aftermath since 2020. So take my advice and get those lozenges. You're going to need them. And also the structural nanosilver liquid. I have a great toothpaste on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. It has no fluoride in it. It will whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, neutralize pathogens, help to reduce gum irritation, reduce plaque, and also with proper oral hygiene, you're going to improve your cardiovascular system. With poor oral hygiene, you may get inflammation in your vascular system and cause cardiovascular disease and valvular disease. It's really important to have good oral hygiene. This is the best toothpaste that you're going to be able to get. Go to my store, get a few tubes of this. It's the-studio-reykjavik.com. Link is in the description.
They can make finals, have a remote option, cancel them, do whatever they see fit to make sure that it's fair for all students, no matter how they feel about coming to campus right now. So some professors have canceled finals, some have.
She's got that right. Kids. Not students, kids.
Remote options, etc. So they're trying to be flexible.
Now, Emily, you've done some reporting on the Union Theological Seminary president criticizing the NYPD sweep of the Gaza encampment. We've seen professors get arrested. This isn't just a protest done by the students. It seems that faculty and staff are getting involved as well. How has that shaped the political environment, if at all, on campus in Columbia?
Jessica, news alert, the ultra-liberal professor has been programming and brainwashing the student to have these types of ultra-liberal policies. They've always been involved in these protests, either behind the scenes or their token protesting on the lawn.
Certainly. So faculty have definitely been involved in this issue since October 7th. Many faculty members have talked to Spectator about what they feel is happening in terms of academic freedom on Columbia's campus. That was definitely a big part of Spectator's reporting since October 7th. And then since the encampment, and specifically since the arrests and suspensions of a number of students, faculty have certainly been involved in this issue. This past Monday, there was a walkout of hundreds of professors and faculty members who on Columbia's campus, and they walked to Barnard's campus to deliver letters to Barnard's president and dean. And so they're certainly involved, and their voices are certainly being kind of amplified in this moment. Many of them are speaking up for students, especially students who have been suspended. So yeah, I would say faculty members are certainly involved. It's definitely not just a student and administrator situation right now.
We're out of time, but Emily Forgash, thank you so much for joining us and helping us to get a real on-the-ground perspective of what's been going on at Columbia.
No problem. Thank you for having me.
I think it was important to get the student newspaper journalists involved in this to get their perspective. But what's interesting is that you don't hear too much about the pro-Israeli side. It's always the pro-Palestinian side. I'll tell you, there's something about the black girl that's on I can't remember her name right now. Brina, and Jessica. They are so fucking liberal. Dangerously liberal. One's I think Jessica was tied to like international affairs or government, and then Brino, which is probably the smarter one of the two, has a law degree, right? But the thing is that what are they doing? They're on the Hill now, doing political commentary. Real productive individuals with their Ivy League education. This is going to be interesting. Fox News.
DialPad has completely transformed how we support customers. Its built-in AI helps my agents transcribe calls, track customer sentiment, and even coaches in real time. So we can provide the best customer service at every step. DialPad, work beautifully.
Ron Kivitz is a professor at Columbia's Business School, and he joins me now. Professor, you're from Israel. You're teaching business, which doesn't get involved in a lot of politics, but did you ever expect to find this virulent anti-Semitic stuff going on at an Ivy League university?
Not this level. What we're seeing now has been brewing for decades in universities all across the United States. It is a big iceberg, if you want to think about it this way, and now the tip of the iceberg is coming out. But this amount of anti-Semitism, verbal, physical violence, discrimination, I did not think that it would be as visible, as strong.
And what does it mean about what the people at an Ivy League college, the students, are being taught? I mean, they are clearly not being taught about the Holocaust, the way they misuse the words like genocide, et cetera. They're not being taught even about things that happened in recent history, like 9/11. They don't seem to have an understanding of the terrorists that they are supporting.
Welcome to a liberal education.
Openly now on campus.
In a way, what we are seeing now on U.S. campuses, including Columbia, what has been going on campuses, what you're saying, David, has been going on for decades. There is a small group of very radical, some tenured, some not tenured professors, for example, at Columbia and elsewhere. They do not represent the majority, the silent majority of faculty, and they have been brainwashing, inciting students, undergrads.
And they're still there, by the way. Even though the Columbia president said in testimony at Congress that one of them in particular was no longer on campus, we had video of him on campus after she had said that.
They are there on campus in classrooms. They've been there for decades, inciting undergraduate students, which are vulnerable for this type of propaganda because they're 18, 19, 20, they're open to new ideas, and they've been inciting them not just against Israel and the Jews, that's an easy target, but against America and what America stands for. They've been inciting them against the United States military. They've been teaching students for decades that America is an evil force, a colonialist force, right, that the American military is bad, of course also the Israeli Defense Forces, that the free market system that we are based on is bad, and literally teaching the Marxist propaganda for decades without anyone really noticing it. Now it's coming out.
We have to go, but are you getting death threats? Are they focusing on you in particular because of your background?
I've gotten a few, but the problem is not me. I'm a tenured professor. I'm old enough. The problem is the younger students, the younger faculty, the untenured faculty. I'm hearing from them that they are afraid, that they are getting threats. Some of them are leaving, trying to transfer out. I'm hearing from untenured junior professors that they're being harassed by senior professors. It's a very bad situation.
It's a horrible situation.
It requires help from the legislative, bipartisan, from the executive.
Ron, we have to run. I'm sorry, but at least the truth is now coming out. We're seeing it clearly. The curtain has been pulled up. Thank you very much, Professor. Appreciate it.
Times Radio, which is very good.
Move on to manage all our business travel and expenses because our company is growing, which means more trips and more employees living out of their suitcases. Unlike old clunky travel.
It's not a huge shock that police in America have not really been fully reformed on how to deal with civilians in many cases where we do have a First Amendment, and so people are allowed to protest peacefully. And sometimes a lot of these protests have been breaking school rules when there's, you can't camp out forever.
Let's take a look at what's happening in the
Before we take a look at that, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and help support my work. This is PNN. And where else are you going to have unvarnished news? The news may keep you up at night. You need to go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Good Night Formula. This will get you into 2 to 3 cycles of REM sleep. You need 2 to 3 cycles of REM sleep to detoxify your body, especially the central nervous system, to consolidate memory, and to get the proper well-restedness so you are energetic the next day. If you are chronically not getting REM sleep, it has been shown that dementia, the risk for dementia increases. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Good Night Formula. It has melatonin and tryptophan in it. So if you're not sleeping right, you're not getting the REM cycles on a regular basis, take this every day. It is really important. Listen to me very carefully. Since we went through the crisis in 2020, cancers are up, immune systems are down. You need to boost up your immune system to be able to reduce the chances of cancer. And that's through proper supplementation, diet, exercise, sleep, balancing, right? Changing your lifestyle. Risks for cancer are up. You need to boost up your immune system. So go to my store and make sure that you take supplementation that will help to boost up your immune system. Taking lignans every day, it's a powder, you mix it with water, you can mix it with your food, and that will help to boost up your immune system. It's for males and females. It'll help to also improve hormonal health. Take my advice. Everybody's cancer risks have gone up since the crisis of 2020, either through natural means or through inoculation means. So it's really important to follow my advice. Get the lignans, take it every day. Boost up your immune system. It's something I do, and it's something that you should do. All age groups should be doing this.
Palestinian protests have swept across the American university campuses, where police have arrested over 500 students after attempting to clear the protest sites. Joining us now is Daniel Lippman from Political. And thank you, Daniel, for giving us your time.
Thanks for having me.
Daniel, there's plenty more going on that we're going to touch on in the US right now, particularly with the trial around Donald Trump's hush money. But let's talk about these arrests. I've been looking at some of the videos on social media, some pretty brutal behavior by the police, arresting professors who are simply just asking why the student is under arrest and then finding themselves rustled to the ground and put in handcuffs. What's going on?
Yeah, America has a tendency to overreact to protests. We saw that with Black Lives Matter 4 years ago, right around the same time in the spring. And
Black Lives Matter was allowed to burn down the towns in America. Are you kidding me? Shit.
We have seen kind of this upsurge in pro-Palestinian students who have been holding, building encampments on their college campuses. On the other side, you do have a lot of Jewish students who do not feel safe on their campuses, and some of the slogans have been anti-Semitic, not a majority, but these college presidents seem to be losing control of their campuses to these protests and to this overactive police response in many cases.
But Daniel, what seems odd is that a lot of staff members, professors, there's a video that's gone viral of a professor of philosophy who's been arrested. Doesn't seem to be violent, but she's been led away in handcuffs. Another one I saw, again, it was a professor who's saying, why is the student being arrested Next thing she knows, she's literally thrown on the ground by two very aggressive police officers and put into handcuffs. Do we know why staff are being...
Sorry I'm late. Trying to close our books. It's the end of the month. What do you guys have, like an accounting army?
Actually, we're using Ramp.
Us too.
Oh.
Ramp automatically tracks expenses and receipts. Huge time saver.
Automated expense tracking.
We can manage business spend all in one place.
And we get powerful insights to make smarter financial decisions.
With Ramp, we close our books faster.
And show up on time.
It was almost on time.
That was a practice swing.
Click the link below to see how Ramp can help you close your books faster and save your business an average of 5% annually.
The future is not just going to happen. You have to make it. And if you want a successful business, all it takes is an...
Do we know why staff are being targeted?
Well, we don't know why staff are being targeted. There's always a tension between the administrators of a university who are kind of calling in the police sometimes, but also the lower level staff and faculty, basically management versus employees. But the police have not been especially well trained on how to deal with people who were just inquiring about, hey, why was this person arrested? So it's not a huge shock that police in America have not really been fully reformed on how to deal with civilians in many cases where we do have a First Amendment, and so people are allowed to protest peacefully. And sometimes a lot of these protests have been breaking school rules when there's, you can't camp out forever. You can demonstrate, but this only adds to the agitation on campus. It doesn't really solve the problem of making sure that both the pro-Palestinian protesters feel comfortable and also the Jewish students feel like they're not getting targeted.
What has been the government's response?
Well, Joe Biden has said that he condemns anti-Semitism on college campuses, but he also said at the same time a few days ago that that anyone who does not understand what the Palestinians are going through, that they also that they should understand that, and that he condemned people who didn't. And so there's not a federal response, but it's all state by state, city by city that are dealing with these protests. And this comes as graduation is happening in the next few weeks. The University of Southern California canceled its graduation because they were worried that it would get disrupted.
Now let's move on to another big story in the US. This concerns Trump's hush money trial. It's carrying on today with cross-examination of David Pecker. He's the former National Enquirer publisher. Pecker testified that he agreed to execute a, quote, catch and kill deal to help Trump's 2016 presidential campaign. Can you tell us a little bit about who David Pecker is and what is this catch and kill deal?
So David Pecker was the boss behind the National Enquirer, which is a tabloid publication. Mostly you buy it at the supermarket. You could read stories about aliens, but also you could read stories about celebrities and their affairs. He was a friend of Trump's. And during the 2016 campaign, there was multiple meetings at Trump Tower where Pecker and Trump's campaign staff agreed that Pecker would be his, quote, eyes and ears, where if he got wind of a woman trying to sell her story about how having an affair with Donald Trump, that he would buy it, but not publish it. And so get these women to sign NDAs and exclusivity arrangements, but wouldn't actually get it out in the media. And so this is all part of the effort that he did, and Michael Cohen, Trump's former lawyer, to pay off Stormy Daniels, which they improperly classified as business expenses or legal expenses instead of porn star payoff in the business ledgers.
Daniel, the Supreme Court have also been meeting to discuss what crimes, if any,
paying porn stars is not an illegal offense. I'll tell you, if you think about Trump, who just like shocks the world, right? Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and help support my work. by getting the products that will help to boost your health. I have this structural nano silver gel. It'll help to neutralize pathogens. You rub the gel on your hands, they'll stay active for 5 hours. You can put it around your mouth, lightly coat your nostrils, around your eyes, around your nose, ears, right? Stay active for 5 hours. If you apply it on your skin daily, right before you go to bed, and then exfoliate at night, it'll help to improve your skin. Also, you can put it on a wound, a cut, a minor burn. It'll help to heal that wound. In addition, you can put it on acne. So this is a multi-purpose gel, structural nano silver gel. It comes in a dispenser, so it's easy to carry in your bag. So please go to my store and get the silver gel. In addition, I also have structural nano silver soaps, very high quality soaps. So please get several of these bars for your household. I have it in charcoal tea tree. This one is peppermint. I also have it in oatmeal spice and lavender and lemongrass. So please go to the store and get the structural nano silver soaps, get a few bars for your household, and neutralize pathogens. They smell very good, high quality soaps at my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com.
Can a president be charged with whilst they're in office? They seem to be split, which is perhaps surprising, seeing as quite a lot of them were appointed by Donald Trump when he was president. Where are they at now?
So the biggest takeaway from the Supreme Court session yesterday, where they heard this case about presidential immunity, is that this is going to cause further delays, and so that the multiple federal trials for documents and also his role in January 6th, that they're likely going to be pushed until after the election. And so whatever political importance they have, if he had gone through them before the election, would be lost. And that's because the Supreme Court has kind of thrown him a lifeline here in terms of weighing whether how much a president can be charged and what types of crimes. This is a very unexplored area of law because presidents usually don't go, on potential crime sprees like Trump did, and so they are going to probably kick this down to the lower courts for more review. But I don't think they're going to give what Trump wants, which is a total and complete immunity, because some of the things that the lawyers for Trump were arguing were totally ridiculous. Like he could order a drone strike on a political opponent of his, and get away with it.
Extraordinary stuff. Just before we go, Daniel, the trial, I know it's early days yet, but do we know how it's affecting Donald Trump's ratings, his support? A lot of people are saying, there's not a lot of support outside the courtroom.
This is my dog, Checkers. She's 21, and I owe it all to the farmer's dog. Checkers is my companion, my buddy, my partner. She stole my heart the first time we locked eyes. She looked at me, and I looked at her, and there's not a lot of support outside the courtroom. He is using the courtroom to sort of make a statement every day. So it kind of makes up the fact that he's not out campaigning having on his popularity and his ratings.
Well, they're still doing kind of poll ratings on this, and it hasn't really affected it that much because we haven't seen a verdict yet. And so if there's a verdict, then Trump could be in real trouble, because a lot of Americans, they don't necessarily like Joe Biden. They think he's too old. But on the other hand, Joe Biden is not he's not facing a criminal trial. He's not going to be a felon. And there's a very real possibility in a very blue city of New York City that Trump will be found guilty of multiple felonies. And to many Americans, including many 4 in 10 Republicans potentially, that's a bridge too far. And so we haven't really seen it yet, but the trial is still a few weeks away from concluding.
And you don't think, Daniel, that should he be found guilty, it also plays very much to his base and his hand? I mean, he's been talking about how this whole trial has been set up to just prevent him from winning a second term of the White House. Is politically motivated. Every time he gets in trouble with the law, his base seems to have more and more support for him. Do you think that perhaps even if there was outcome came out for Donald Trump, that actually he'll find a way to use it as a positive.
I'm sure he would do his best to try to do that, but this is unprecedented in terms of no other. He's never faced a scenario where he is likely, or there's a good chance of him being actually convicted of a felony criminal charge. Other stuff like the James Comey investigation never led to criminal charges. His impeachment was never fully put into effect, and so that's where this could be definitely different.
Okay, Daniel, thanks so much for giving us your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Daniel Lippman there from Politico.
Notice how that question was framed, that, how Trump will spin it to, for his own benefit. You ever thought that maybe there's some sort of metaphysical thing going on, since he is under the stars of Gemini? There's chaos that ensues with him, but whatever the ultra liberal agenda is against him, it bounces off of him and makes him stronger. You notice that? Maybe there's a reason why Trump will become president in 2024, because of this Middle Eastern conflict that's happening, and the ramp up of China and Taiwan, this whole conflict between Russia and Ukraine. He had to step off of the scene to be able to reemerge on the scene, to hopefully do something that is monumental, that leads eventually to peace and prosperity for the whole world. Now, that doesn't mean that there's not going to be carnage and destruction in the process, but I have this sense that what's going on with Trump is there's a metaphysical component to it. But let's see how it emerges. But Esau, the ultra liberal, kicks and screams. They're worried about Trump. Why? He's not going to cause war, because Biden's caused war. All right. We've been closer to nuclear war now under Biden than anything under Trump. All right. So, we have more of a national security state with Biden than under Trump. So what are they afraid of? What are they really afraid of? Because they're throwing everything at him. And if he's protected by God, it won't matter what they do, because he's protected by God. The question is he protected by God? I think he is. I think there's so many things that are happening, that there is some sort of metaphysical protection that's happening for a more important purpose down the road. Now, it's hard to see exactly what that purpose is right now. Maybe it's to save the country. Maybe it's to save the world, from nuclear detonation. I don't know. But Teflon Don, I mean, there's a metaphysical component to it. Now let's go to Al Jazeera and how and to demonize the United States.
So blow your hair back. I'm Mike Regale, 3 Michelin chef, and I've been cooking for 25 years.
A newly released report suggests that U.S. weapons provided to Israel have been used in a way that systematically disregards the principles of international law. The unabated supply of U.S. arms to Israel, the report's authors argue.
Dr. Hill, who's talking, another ultra fucking liberal, just smells up the scene. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the peppermint, lavender, tea tree deodorant made from essential oils from the Himalayas. And it's dual purpose. Not only is it a deodorant, but it'll help to detoxify your body because of the ingredients. It's for males and females. Get the peppermint, lavender, tea tree deodorant, or you can also get it in citrus. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get a couple bars of this very high quality deodorant for males and females.
Could be in violation of a new White House memorandum known as the National Security Memo 20, or NSM 20. The memo, released in February, requires recipients of U.S. foreign assistance to provide written assurances that they will comply with U.S. and international law and not impede U.S. efforts to provide humanitarian assistance. But after months of Israel's actions in Gaza, from striking refugee camps and family homes to killing more than 200 humanitarian aid workers, the authors argue that there is mounting evidence to suggest that U.S. arms are being used in ways that contravene international law. Joining us to discuss this are two of the authors of the report. Nora Etiquette is a human rights lawyer and professor at Rutgers University. And
protests on the campus talking about the atrocities of Israel on the Palestinians, not to mention, they're not mentioning the war crimes by Hamas. All right. And then you have Dr. Hill that is basically promoting the United States is the bad guy too. Oh, so that fuels the protests. And now we're into July where it's burning down the town. And then there's some sort of mistake that happens with the police, and perhaps a black person gets killed. And then all of a sudden the BLM thing starts to ramp up again. You can almost see this play out.
Paul was a former senior official at the U.S. Department of State who resigned this past October in protest of increased U.S. arms sales to Israel. He's now a non-resident fellow at Democracy for the Arab World. Now, I want to thank you both for joining me. Nora, I'm going to start with you. Can you share some findings of the report, some key findings, specifically in violation of U.S. law and international law, particularly the ones discussed in Biden's memo?
Absolutely. I want to emphasize, Mark, that National Security Memorandum number 20 isn't anything new, but actually lifts pre-existing laws that have not been enforced as they should have. And it includes international
human rights lawyer. What about Hamas embedding their military apparatus in the civilian population?
Understanding very well that international humanitarian law is often contested and can be a slippery terrain, 2/3 of our report focuses on U.S. law alone, on civil harm mitigation and U.S. military best practices, as well as 620I of the Foreign Assistance Act. And then when we're looking at IHL, humanitarian law, we're looking at a customary international law that is less contested. Based on that framework, we found things that were really striking, right? That included we document 16 incidents that are credible, that are compelling, that are undeniable. 11 out of those 16 incidents, there wasn't even a target that Israel said that it was trying to attack.
You said incidents of the U.S.
U.S. provided weapons. So we're focusing specifically on those instances where Israel used U.S. provided weapons. So we take thousands of...
You know what the problem with Al Jazeera is? They don't eat enough matzah. Go to your local grocery store and get a box of matzah. Why? So you don't become as dumb as these individuals on Al Jazeera.
Some data. And from that, we're looking in which of these instances are there credible violations of law. And then in those instances, which of those are used by, are supplied by U.S. weapons, and then we evaluate them.
Wow, you found 16.
Well, we found far more than 16. We decided to focus on 16 to provide an analysis for them, including and then included an 18-page annex for the White House to use. The objective here is that the Departments of State and Defense are supposed to write their own report and then submit that to Congress in order to trigger enforcement mechanisms, which we hope will result in the cessation of arms transfers to Israel, right? Now, here what we're providing is enough for the Department of State and Defense to submit this report if they wanted to. What I was saying about the 16 incidents that we scrutinize in detail is of them, 11 out of the 16, there isn't even a target, which really disembowels the argument about human shields. And that's before we get into this misinterpretation of how we evaluated in international law and how Israel has evaluated it in this moment. 11 out of 16, there isn't even a military target. Half of those incidents are residents in their homes.
The reason I ask is because an Israeli representative...
No. I don't know what Dr. Hill's going to say, but the thing is that they are in a situation where it's urban. And the military apparatus of Hamas is embedded in the civilian population. So it's easy to misinterpret from an outsider point of view that seems as though they're targeting some sort of civilian establishment or facility. Meanwhile, Hamas is dug in. Now, the military intelligence for targeting that particular facility may be bad intelligence, but you're doing the best you can in an urban warfare. You got people that have never served in the military and fought in an urban setting. Why not bring in a person that actually fought in an urban setting and then start questioning the legitimacy of these claims? So some dumb shit lawyer and some, Ph.D. that hasn't done much, in terms of, real work.
Probably say those homes had a Hamas combatant in there, or there was.
He's a talk show guy with a PhD. He's intelligent, but you know what? He's not a productive citizen that actually built shit, designed stuff, invented stuff.
Kind of military action going on. So when you say it wasn't a military target, what do we mean by that?
So first I'm going to say in response, first to say that in these instances, they didn't even say there was a target in sight. Nor did they, when they were asked for comment, provide justification. So this is blatant. We're giving the U.S. government the lowest hanging fruit, the least controversial cases where there isn't going to be that back and forth exchange. That's number one. On the number two, saying that there's a Hamas combatant inside, for example, isn't enough. That isn't the beginning of the analysis. Both in U.S. law and in international law, Israel, that if somebody was using human shields illegally, that doesn't absolve Israel of its responsibility to protect civilians and to reduce harm.
Gotcha. Josh, Biden's memorandum requires that.
See how they spun this? They spun it in the way it's the Israelis' fault, not Hamas, embedding in the population. So they can hide and live for another day and cause havoc and destruction. Meanwhile, they're getting closer and closer for nuclear breakout in Iran. See, this is pernicious, Dr. Hill. This is pernicious, human rights lawyer. How is it pernicious? By giving time for Hamas to reconstitute or Hezbollah to reconstitute or Iran to get a breakout on unconventional warfare will lead to more destruction.
This isn't law and international law. The U.S. says that the Israeli government has provided them with these assurances. But for weeks now, groups like Oxfam, Human Rights Watch, and others, not to mention dozens of members of Congress, have written to the Biden administration. They've disputed the credibility of Israel's claims. So how is the U.S. evaluating the credibility of Israel's assurance?
Oxfam is liberal.
Is there transparency even here on how we assess that?
Well, so that's the question mark. I think the answer is there's none so blind as those who will not see. We have seen a consistent pattern from the administration of denying from the podiums of the Departments of State, at Defense, at the White House, that there have been any violations of international humanitarian law by the government of Israel, in spite of massive reporting, including our own report here, which is in ways a meta-analysis, as Nora mentioned, of thousands of other reports and hundreds of other lines of data that have been contributed by both international NGOs and by aid organizations on the ground. The problem is that the administration to date has not actually asked its own lawyers to take a look at these allegations to come to determinations of fact regarding whether there have been violations of international humanitarian law. There was a letter from members of Congress just last week urging them to do so, urging them as well to ask the intelligence community for its assessments. Our understanding is that to date, the administration has simply not asked those
whose opinions would be binding upon it, such as lawyers, as to whether these violations are happening. It is our hope that by providing the level of detail contained in this report, that the administration will have to, when it reports to Congress by May 8th, as it is required to do, at least acknowledge the facts, at least come to terms with some of these issues and some of these incidents. I would be concerned that what we will see instead is a continuation of the pattern in which they have simply dodged the question.
Help me understand something. After gathering all the evidence in your report, in your estimation, why is the Biden administration failing to act in accordance with a policy that was signed by the president himself, and not that long ago, less than 3 months ago, right? As a directive to his own government. Why introduce a directive if you're never intending to implement?
So I think the answer here in part is that we'll have to wait and see. The report is coming from the administration to Congress by May 8th, and I don't want to prejudge it. Let's hope, let's assume our effort here is really a good faith effort to try and inform the administration's reporting so that when they do follow the directives of NSM 20 and report to Congress, they will do so in a manner that is honest, factual, and fulsome.
By that premise, then, we would have to presume that to date, they simply are unaware that they're in violation of this policy, and then this report will make them aware.
So this is a hook through which that they can report fulsomely on what they should know, what we have certainly told them about. They absolutely should have all the information in their hands and should have had for 6 months now.
That's my point, but you're right.
Right. I mean, when I left the State Department in October, this was known within the State Department that there were violations of human rights happening, that there were violations of international law happening. That's why I left.
But how are people responding? If you knew and everyone knew, you left. Yeah, people didn't leave. Well, what's the tenor? How are people responding?
So a lot of people are. So first of all, a number of people have left quietly and not made a public statement in doing so. There are a lot of people within the.
When it comes to the metaphysics of this and the aspect of moving towards larger boundaries for Israel, moving the Palestinians into Gaza, and taking down the Dome of the Rock, do you really think that, quote, international law is going to need to be abided or can be abided by? And the international community is going to fight the metaphysics of what has been ordained for over 3,000 years. See, what this is an agnostic, atheist mentality of the New World Order.
Government who are really struggling right now with what is being done by the government at their hands in their name. I think everyone has to make their own personal decision based on, their need for healthcare. Health insurance in this country comes with the job. If you have a family, that's a consideration. How closely related the work you are doing is to the atrocities being carried out with the weapons we are providing is another question. But for sure, there are many people who know that what we are doing is wrong and who are really struggling with it.
Well, according to a new report commissioned by the United Nations, Israel has yet to provide any evidence to substantiate its claims that a number of UNRWA employees are members of terrorist organizations. When Israel made these accusations, the U.S. was quick to cut much-needed funding to UNRWA, despite the fact that it plays a...
UNRWA is the government, the working part of the Palestinian territory, not Hamas. They're the ones that are instituting the schools and, different elements of government. Shit.
Indispensable role in providing humanitarian assistance to Gaza. In the meantime, the U.S. has continued to fund Israel's military, despite the fact that there's tremendous evidence of human rights violations. What do you make of this stark contrast between the administration's response to UNRWA versus how they're regarding the Israeli military?
I think let's take what's evidence in the pattern over many, many decades, not just in the past 6 months, almost 7 months now, which is that there is both a deference to Israel and what Israel says without an adequate amount of scrutiny, and there is also a lack of even acknowledgement and respect for what Palestinians are saying. I think one of the things that's happening here when we talk about the dehumanization of Palestinians is their racialization that even makes their testimony less credible, so that folks who hear them, perhaps in the State Department, just aren't taking them as seriously unless somebody else is speaking for them. So I think that's first and foremost. The second is that this should tell us, right, that there is an abject problem with scrutiny of Israel and the information that they're providing, and that there isn't enough scrutiny in what they're providing and their prevention of access to humanitarian aid. We document in the report, this is a violation of 620I of the Foreign Assistance Act. We're not even talking about under international law, you cannot starve communities. We're basically saying the U.S. shall not provide arms to a situation where they're also trying to get, provide a humanitarian corridor and access to food. Well, Bezalel Smotrich told the U.S. that we will not allow some $1.5 million worth of aid that you're trying to bring into Gaza because it's going to be distributed to UNRWA. And the U.S. sat on their hands and started dropping food from the sky. And so we know that the administration knows something. ProPublica has just published a report that there is enough and considerable internal dissent within state and before Secretary of State Antony Blinken. We also know that the administration is now toying with the idea of applying sanctions to the Netzach Yehuda battalion in the West Bank for the killing of Ahmad Assad, the 78-year-old Palestinian man who was killed even before October 7th. So we understand that the administration is feeling the heat from everywhere, but we also think that that's a little bit too late and far too little given what we're looking at.
Let me pick up on that. In December, after reviewing allegations that several Israeli security units had committed grave human rights violations, a special State Department panel known as the Israel Leahy Vetting Forum recommended that Secretary Blinken disqualify these units from receiving U.S. aid. 4 months later, Secretary of State Blinken has finally addressed the recommendations. He stated to the press the results of the investigation we made public in just a few days. You worked at the State Department for years. What would be the significance if he does decide to sanction them?
So, so not only did I work at the State Department for several years, but I sat as a member of the Israeli Vetting Forum for several years. And the allegations we are talking about now are allegations that have been sitting for years. These date back to 2022, or even many years earlier. There had always been an effort to elevate these concerns, to put the memo to the Secretary, which is, by the way, a requirement only for Israel. There's no other country for which we need to seek the Secretary's approval before embarking.
Literally no other country.
No other country where a unit becomes ineligible for assistance under the Leahy law. We have to ask the Secretary to sign off on that. So the very fact that it is the Secretary making this decision demonstrates the double standard when it comes to Israel. But for years we've been asking the department to move forward on these sorts of allegations, and for years could never get them past the political level. I think there has always been broad agreement within the experts within the State Department that these abuses are happening, that they deserve to be cut off under the Leahy law from U.S. grant assistance. But getting anyone who was in a politically appointed job or a Senate-confirmed job to actually do what was necessary to move that paperwork to the Secretary, at least prior to the time I left, never happened. I think it's a good sign in some ways that there has been at least a memo going forward. I think it's important to note, first of all, that this Leahy vetting or this Leahy restriction only applies to US funded assistance. So the same units that will not be eligible if the Secretary makes those determinations for grant assistance can still turn around with their own money and buy anything they like from the US in terms of weapons. This is a very narrow restriction. At the same time, it all relates to things that happened before the current conflict in Gaza. So on the one hand, the US can say, look, we are taking steps. On the other hand, it can continue the flow of arms that we know are creating so much suffering in Gaza, killing so many civilians in Gaza, unimpeded.
What you just described is the best case scenario where the sanctions happen and then there's a back way. Do you anticipate that the sanctions are going to happen?
So it seems like at this point that there will be at least one unit, Netzach Yehuda, as Laura mentioned, for which the sanctions or the prohibitions on assistance are brought forward. There were at least 5 other units we were looking at in my time in the State Department that should be similarly eligible for prescriptions under Leahy. We will see what the Secretary decides.
And that creates a bit of a more complicated problem for the White House. It's one thing to dismiss outside forces, but when your own State Department issues a sanction, you got to listen, you got to at least respond to it.
Well, right. I mean, so again, I think part of this is just a matter of public diplomacy. This allows the Secretary of State to say that he's doing something. It allows him to point at the Israeli government who are jumping up and down and saying, how dare we? And say, look, we are really turning the screw here. But in fact, again, the weapons continue to flow on a daily basis to the idea. This is an unprecedented step. I'm not sure how important a step it is.
But prior to the adoption of Biden's memorandum, there already were laws in place that suspend or at least restrict arms transfers to human rights violators. In fact, you stated, Josh, that if these laws had been applied effectively in Israel, like in other countries,
Esau is smart. Esau is also a killer. Esau wants to convince the international community that Israel is bad, to slow down the Temple Mount from being rebuilt. Why? Because Esau is actually going to lose power and is going to die by the sword, which has all been written about 3,000 years ago. And you have these intellectuals, the intelligentsia, that's going to tell you that Israel and the United States is bad. Now, there is a military-industrial complex, which is a major problem in the United States. And I personally believe that many elements of the national security state needs to be destroyed. I've been saying that for eons. But in the context of the temple being rebuilt, Esau is going to do everything in its power to convince people to try to stop it. And you're seeing it playing out on the Asiya Plain right now.
Wouldn't have the IDF filming TikToks of their war crimes now because we have contributed to a culture of impunity. I'll ask you, I mean, what makes you think the introduction of this memorandum would lead to something different if you do?
Well, as Josh stated, we are now, over 200 days of this campaign, some 35,000 Palestinians killed, 1.9 million internally displaced, 1.4 million of them in the only standing city left in Rafah. And Israel is planning to invade, right? We have tried almost everything. We have, pulled the levers on national courts, at the ICC, at the ICJ, even against the Biden administration within U.S. courts. This is another opportunity, as Josh said, it is a hook to use U.S. law in order to apply more pressure and to add to the mounting voices. I mean, the fact that 40 Democrats sent a letter, including Nancy Pelosi, to Biden calling for a halt in arms transfers. More significant than that, they're basically saying, listen to your experts. There are experts who are telling us what is happening on the ground. It is giving us an indication that there's an intransigence on the inside, almost a stubbornness, right, to continue at all costs, even at the cost of his 2024 elections, right? But we are part of.
You have to root out the cancer. Hezbollah, Hamas, and the military apparatus in Iran that's tied to the theocracy. If not, you're going to have breakout, and it's going to get worse way down the road. And do you really want to deal with the nuclear weapon or the release of biologics from Iran? Because guess what? The Iranian engineers are pretty smart.
For it to, make that evidence indisputable and make that choice even harder.
The U.S., of course, isn't alone in this unyielding support of Israel. Germany, second only to the U.S. in providing arms to Israel, accounted for roughly 30% of Israel's arms imports between 2019 and 2023, and it's repeatedly defended Israel. Even after the ICJ, the International Court of Justice, ruled that it was plausible that Israel was committing genocide in Gaza. In fact, Nicaragua brought forward a case against Germany at the World Court in March, accusing the country of being complicit in genocide. Why? Because they were heavily arming Israel. Do you think countries like the U.S., countries like Germany, are going to be held accountable for their complicity?
We have to try. We are going to try. I mean, the thing on genocide, right, that there's no statute of limitations. And so when the balance of power shifts and these countries do not have the same amount of impunity that they now benefit from, I do think that they will be held to account at any stage. I mean, think about other accused of atrocities. And more significantly, it's actually creating a record that they are a minority amongst a majority, millions and millions across the globe, where they actually are.
Pay attention to what she just said. When they lose power and another group of people come in, they'll prosecute. This is exactly what Trump is talking about in terms of the presidency. You can't if you're going to be worried about some sort of civil or federal lawsuit after your presidency, it's going to prevent you from doing those difficult decisions, especially in international affairs. And Esau wants to box the people in, box the presidency, box certain types of military operations to prevent the ushering in of the Temple Mount. See, if you look at it from the lens from the metaphysics, all right, of this, all right, and that there is history, right, is starting to accumulate, and the future is going to be the Temple Mount being rebuilt. Esau is going to try to put stumbling blocks, some sort of bumps in the road to slow you down in that process. And Esau's soul root at the metaphysical level, we're talking about at the Yitzhara and the Bria level, it's, if you're not intelligent and you're not sensitive, you're not going to understand what I'm talking about. But these things are happening above the Asiya plane. It trickles down into words, into actions from these liberals, trying to convince you that we need to curtail the powers of the presidency, right? And therefore, when he gets out of office or she gets out of office, they can go after them with some sort of lawsuit at the international level or at the federal level of that nation, and curtail the activities of certain nations. Esau wants to move to solidify this Westphalian structure, freeze it, to prevent the Temple Mount from being rebuilt.
And to do by coercive force in the absence of any kind of moral argument, right? To achieve only what can be achieved by crushing force, what now is buoying this movement, which is truth, the nobility of a cause, commitment to justice. And so, the other thing to emphasize here by that quote is that we put a lot of emphasis on a few states and what they're doing, and yet there are 194 states that can be imposing sanctions, cutting off diplomatic relations, boycotting Israel. And we saw a number of other states actually do that in ending their military transfers, including Japan, including Colombia, including Canada, as we're about to see. And we've also seen a cutting of diplomatic aid, which is to say everybody has a role to play. And it empowers people to think about what is the role they should play.
Are there other legal instruments that could be used against the United States if it continues to arm Israel?
So I know from colleagues inside the department that there are an increasing number of people who are declining to be a part of this because precisely the
decreasing number of people that want to be a part of it. More countries are sanctioning Israel. This is the soul roots of Esau in those countries that are tied to the soul root of Esau. See what I'm talking about now? And there's this disentanglement that's taking place, which I said that was going to happen in November. Last November, I said this was going to be happening. There's this disentanglement that's taking place. So it'll be very clear who the soul root of Esau is and who are part of the soul root of Jacob, where there will be the blessing of Jacob and the curse of Esau. You're seeing it playing out right now.
We're afraid of being on holiday in Italy one day and having a knock on the door and saying the ICC would like to talk to you. That does have an impact, and what I would say to the colleagues who are not stepping back from this work is that they should be thinking about that as well, because there is some real liability here, both for government officials who are authorizing the transfer of weapons and for those in the defense industry who are, building the arms that are being used. And I think, any level of due diligence would tell them that the arms they are making will be used to kill thousands of civilians. There are also claims that are going to be made and that are being made in domestic courts both around the country, but also internationally. You know, there are a lot of crimes here that have universal jurisdiction. And the fact that the US justice system may or may not be an effective tool in this case does not mean that there will not be justice systems in Europe or in Latin America, or for that matter in Africa, where such cases cannot be brought. And you know, once those are, then those charges, you know, are significant.
Israeli President Isaac Herzog upon his disembarkation in Davos, for example. So we've already seen a precedent being set. We see similar commitment to bring those cases in South Africa as well as in the UK by independent lawyers. Ongoing.
Help me understand the material, physical stakes of maintaining the status quo. I say that because after months long, $26 billion made emergency assistance, technically I think it's called, to Israel, which includes roughly $15 billion in military aid. You mentioned the airstrikes in Rafah. There's a wider escalation of violence in the region right now. Over the last 3 weeks,
the military-industrial complex is so powerful as a lobby group. There is no way in hell that they're going to pass the opportunity to make money in war, no matter where it is, either domestically, internationally, whatever. And the Middle East is gonna that conflict is gonna ramp up even more. It's gonna be a three-front war. It's going to be tied to, it's going to be a war with Hamas, a war with Hezbollah, and a war with Iran.
You know, in southern Lebanon, we've seen it in Syria, we've seen it in Iran. What are the implications for the U.S. continuing to offer military aid to Israel?
I mean, I would say for my part that, you know, the longer this goes on, first of all, as you've identified, the greater the risks of regional escalation. If it is not, you know, with the US in Yemen, if it is not with Israel and Iran, it will be with Israel and Lebanon. And, you know, the stakes just continue to increase, including the perils to humanity and the suffering of people in the region. At the same time, it's clear that both the US and Israel are digging themselves into a deeper hole every day this goes on. What is happening is not making Israel any more secure. And what is happening is deeply disadvantaging the US, coming at immense cost to our relations in the region and our credibility around the world.
They keep on missing the elephant in the room, and that's the red heifer. When that gets sacrificed and the ashes are there, it starts the countdown for the rebuilding of the temple. And certain things have to take place militarily to be able to secure Israel.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that I'll say is that, you know, Israel has lost the grounds on the grounds of morality and including the grounds of justice in terms of the narrative power of this discussion.
How did Israel lose when it's actually a metaphysical edict written down 3,000 years where this is starting to play out, independent on if I want this to happen or not, or independent on if you want it to happen or not? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because it's going to happen. The question is, how bloody is it going to be? But when Esau has embedded itself in the international community, tried to get emotional fallacy points, and has embedded itself in the international community with quote law and order. All right, with this Westphalian concept, and Esau wants to freeze external enlargement of borders to prevent the actual rebuilding of the temple, because the rebuilding of the temple is tied to external enlargement of Israel's borders. So Esau's smart. They're smart in the sense that they're trying to win the hearts of the international community. Now, the far majority of the people in the world are undesirable in the sense of the way they live, the way they practice their morality. And so when the Temple Mount is rebuilt, it's actually showing most of the people in the world of the wrong path that they chose. But they can rectify it. They can repent and rectify that. But the far majority of the people out there are not living a moral life. Not even close. Not even close. I'm pretty sure that these people they're talking on Al Jazeera, right? Dr. Hill and this lawyer and the ex-US representative, ambassador, or whatever he was. You know, did they live the precepts of their of their religion in their life? Probably not. Probably not. Most people don't. The rebuilding of the temple is a reflection. There'll be a reflection on actually how an individual lives their life, you know, and that balance between immorality and morality. So Esau is going to try to prevent that from happening and try to freeze the international community to prevent the Temple Mount from being rebuilt. This is a very complex situation that's going on here. And the internet, these people, they miss the boat. They miss the elephant in the room. It's all about the Temple Mount. Well, there are some war crimes in Gaza, or there's some war crimes in Kosovo, or there's some war crimes. They're missing the boat on this.
Clear that Palestinians have prevailed in getting their story across, and it's only being squashed from the top down, but not from the bottom up, which means that it's a matter of time when these policies change. The generation right now in front of us, those who are, you know, encamping in their universities, who are not going to their commencement, who are bearing risk of expulsion and suspension, are basically the leaders of tomorrow. And when they lead us,
isn't that scary? Isn't that scary? Ultra liberals getting into politics, getting into the universities, and running corporations. You really want a blue-haired liberal bitch running the show? I don't think so.
A sea change, and we hope that, you know, by providing this evidence, we're only sharing, right, more on the record that there were some of us who have been saying this the entire time. The U.S., you know, is revealing itself as not even governing democratically, when 80% of the registered Democrats are opposed, you know, to this ongoing campaign and have demanded a ceasefire, and the Democratic leadership, whether they be in Congress or in...
Honey, we have a constitutional republic, not a democracy.
Executive who are not even listening to them, right? They demonstrate that there's also a crisis in democracy in this moment.
I'm glad you mentioned Congress for a moment, because we've actually seen maybe the first time an opening question by members of Congress, right? Should we be funding Israel? Is there a meaningful shift in Washington right now?
Is it meaningful? I think that's a big question. Are we seeing many shifts? Obviously, we've seen an insurgency within the Democratic Party, but they're obviously a minority, and the same body censored the one Palestinian American member of Congress for saying from the river to the sea, right? Some invocation of that, while they failed to say anything to their own fellow members who have called for a dropping of an atomic bomb on the Gaza Strip, or who have called to kill off all Palestinian children. Not only is this representative of a blatant, you know, dehumanization and racism that afflicts, you know, the logic within Congress, but it's also telling us that, you know, what does meaningful change look like at the top? You know, I think we need to think about U.S. Congress as being, you know, the role that it plays as it has in the past. It will probably be the last domino to fall in the shifts that the U.S. makes, similar to the way that it was the last domino to fall in the movement against apartheid in South Africa. You know, the Reagan administration was the last to hop on that train. And so...
the apartheid in South Africa had nothing to do with the Bible. What's going on in the Middle East has everything to do with the Bible.
I think that we're going to see this shift continue to move until we push down that final domino.
Josh, when you resigned from the State Department in October, as you mentioned, you stated in a public letter that Israel's actions in Gaza and the unbridled support that it receives from the United States, quote, is not in the long-term American interest. What do you mean by that?
Well, no, that's exactly right. And I think we see that. We've existed in the last 30 years in this moment of American hegemony where we can do a lot of dumb things around the world and not pay a cost for them. That moment is going, if it is not already gone. We are in an era of strategic competition where there is a cost attached to our support to Israel, and we are paying that cost every day in terms of our ability to, for example, rally partners to support Ukraine, in terms of, our...
And every cost has some sort of benefit, hopefully. And that benefit will be the blessing by aligning with the soul root of Jacob.
Our credibility at the United Nations. I think that there is a deep cost here. And what is even more concerning is, this country has worked for generations in the post-Cold War era to build an international system. And that is an international system that protects us all with its laws, with its norms. We are now the ones tearing it apart to protect Israel and to allow Israel.
Why did it cut off? Come on. I want to hear what he said. Why did it cut off? I don't know why that. Come on, I want to hear it where he had said it.
Chris.
Come on, internet.
A newly released report suggests that U.S. weapons provided
paying that cost every day in terms of our ability to, for example, rally partners to support Ukraine, in terms of our credibility at the United Nations. I think that there is a deep cost here, and what is even more work for generations in the post-Cold War era to.
There has to be some. It must be in my end. Hold on.
Tearing it apart to, in terms of our ability to, for example, of our credibility at the United Nations. I think that there is a deep cost here, and what is even more concerning is, this country has worked for generations in the post-Cold War era to build an international system, and that is an international system that protects us all with its laws, with its norms. We are now the ones tearing it apart to protect Israel and to allow Israel to continue its actions and its violations of that international.
I don't understand why.
Backed by all of us.
Dr. Paul, again, thank you so much for sharing your report with us.
All right. For some reason, I have a speaker issue, but the thing with Al Jazeera. But the main thrust of that argument I see, from my perspective, and I'm trying to give you a unique perspective, right? Esau's soul root is trying to align the international community to freeze operations by Israel and the United States by trying to demonize the operations in terms of, collateral damage or war crimes, or, using some sort of framework in international law of human rights to try to freeze activity. Because Esau is trying to prevent the Temple Mount from being rebuilt. Now, if what I'm saying is true, that this is a march towards a new era, a messianic era. And that we are laying the foundation for that. Then no matter how you spin it with the soul root of Esau, ones that aligned with Esau will get cursed and will lose. And the ones that aligned with Jacob will be blessed and will prevail. But that doesn't mean that it's going to be easy. It's probably going to be very difficult. Now, if I'm wrong, and there is no real march towards a messianic era, then they are right. Now, I don't think I'm wrong. You know, I think we're actually seeing trials and tribulations and signs and wonders, that are starting to manifest themselves towards this messianic age. All right. But we may be dead by the time it comes to fruition, but we're laying the foundation for it, for a peaceful future, a more prosperous future. It's going to be amazing. It's probably something that Michio Kaku would say is a level 1 civilization, maybe even a level 2 civilization during this messianic age. All right. But to try to freeze it, trying to prevent it from happening, meanwhile, the system wants to go back to the temple days, all right, and bring this blessing down. Probably will not bode very well with ones that align with themselves with Esau. It's your choice. You pick which side you want. You won't be able to stay agnostic for much longer. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the C60. I have it in coconut, avocado, and I have it in extra virgin olive oil. You can get it in a 2 ounce, a 4 ounce, or an 8 ounce. Take a teaspoon of it a day. It's a very strong antioxidant. It'll neutralize free radicals, help to improve the cellular function and the tissue function, improve your mitochondria. It'll boost up your ATP and your immune system. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the C60. Thank you for listening. Please subscribe to all my channels. I have 3 channels on YouTube. I have Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. All the links are in the description. I also have a new channel on YouTube called the-studio-reykjavik, which is tied to my store. Please subscribe there. Thank you for listening. Please help support my work by being a paid member on my Patreon channel, and you'll get different access depending on the tier level of membership. In addition, you can donate on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. You can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or buy me a coffee. Thank you for listening and have a nice day.